Chapter 2000. One Side of the World. Li Cheng looked up at Yang Chen with a little surprise, and his face finally changed a little because of surprise. "You really have a big heart." This was the second time today that Big Brother Li Cheng said that Yang Chen had a big heart. Yang Chen could not help but feel a little nervous. It seemed that it was not a simple matter to turn the mountain river geographical map into a world. Do you know why the old guy refined it but put it in the treasure house? Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen's expression and knew what he was thinking. He said with a wry smile, "It is not only refined with dragon skin, but also several dragon spirits as tool spirits. All the drawings are drawn with dragon blood. He paid such a big price. If it wasn't because it was difficult and almost impossible, how could he be willing to waste such a treasure? There is a dragon spirit in the mountain river geographical map?" Even Yang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. He had never found this, and the same was true for Gong Sunling. However, Big Brother Li Cheng would certainly not talk nonsense. If he said there was, then there must be. Yang Chen couldn't help but call Gong Sunling over. Both of them did not find that there was a tool spirit in the mountain river geographical map. This was a big joke. In any case, it was time to verify it. Gong Sunling was also surprised. For such a long time, she had not found the existence of a tool spirit in the mountain river geographical map. Could it be that the conditions for the emergence of the tool spirit in the mountain river geographical map were more demanding? Could it appear after refining the caves of Holocaust sect and 10,000 demon sect? "Take us in and have a look." Li Cheng didn't say much. Just let Gong Sunling take them to the mountain river geographical map. Looking at the scale of the ground inside, Li Cheng stamped his feet very casually, as if to feel the reality of this world. In this half-real world, every time they came in, they could see a different scenery. "Big Brother, can you make the tool spirit appear?" Yang Chen asked Big Brother Li Cheng very seriously. Gong Sunling also looked at Li Cheng eagerly. Li Cheng did not answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and released his divine sense. A gentle yet omnipresent divine sense spread out from Li Cheng's body, quickly covering the land they were standing on, the range growing larger and larger. However, this release of spiritual awareness, except for Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, who were close at hand, other cultivators in the mountain river geographical map, and the Aborigines, no one could detect it. Occasionally, there would be a few Xian Immortal experts who were cultivating. They were puzzled for a moment, but they didn't discover anything. Then they immersed themselves in their own cultivation and ignored them. Yang Chen could find something in it. This breath seemed to have a bit of the taste of the sea pouring jasper cup, but it was much lighter. If it weren't for the sensitivity of the spiritual awareness cultivated by the three purities secret art, and Li Cheng did not deliberately conceal it from the two of them, there was really no way to detect it. Big Brother refined the sea jasper cup? Yang Chen asked in surprise. He thought that only his family was interested in the dragon clan's magic treasure. He didn't expect that even Big Brother Li Cheng was no exception. Sometimes it's more convenient. Li Cheng did not deny it, nor did he pretentiously tell Yang Chen that he didn't get Yang Chen's consent. He just said the reason in an understatement, some places are more dangerous, and our current cultivation base is still relatively low. Even Li Cheng said that it was dangerous. Yang Chen didn't know how to imagine where he went. It must be known that Li Cheng killed no less than tens of thousands of Xian immortal monster beasts in order to protect the exit of Yang Chen's refining of the beast space. Even so, it was just tiring, and he had never heard of any danger from him. Where did Li Cheng go? Was there such a place in the spiritual realm? Don't think too much. Li Cheng knew what Yang Chen was surprised about when he saw his appearance, and couldn't help but remind him, "I went to the beast space to take a look." Yang Chen suddenly understood. It was not the problem of the spiritual realm. Since there were thousands of Xian immortal monster beasts coming from the exit of the space, There must be more powerful existences on the other side. Even someone as strong as Li Cheng had to be careful. Looking at Big Brother Li Cheng's current cultivation base, he was only in the middle stage of the Earth Immortal, but his combat effectiveness was already unknown. Gong Sunling had never seen the exit of the beast's space, and neither Yang Qin nor Li Cheng had told her about it, so she didn't understand what they were talking about. However, she also understood that even Big Brother Li Cheng said that it was a dangerous place. It must be a place of death for ordinary cultivators. I don't think the tool spirit will appear. Li Cheng had already felt the world in the Mountain River geographical map, and soon gave Yang Qin and Gong Sunling a very positive answer, refining a magic weapon and adding a tool spirit. But the tool spirit did not appear, and even the owner of the magic weapon could not detect it. This was too strange. At least this way of Mountain River geographical map had exceeded Yang Chen's knowledge, and it made Yang Qin very clearly aware of his ignorance in cultivation. Without waiting for Yang Qin and Gong Sunling to ask why, Li Cheng signaled the three to leave the Mountain River geographical map and return to the Dragon Palace to continue drinking. This time Gong Sunling did not leave, but waited on the side. After all, it involved her life source magic weapon, so she had to understand it in detail. Speaking of refining a world, I want to ask you, Li Cheng did not come up to explain the reason why the tool spirit did not appear, but asked Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, what is the difference between the world you want to change and an ordinary cave house? Isn't it a bigger and more vast cave house? This question made Gong Sunling and Yang Chen fall into contemplation. What was the difference between the cave house and the world? Judging from the words alone, the Immortal's cave was nothing more than a space refined by a cultivator. It could be a space that was taken from the real world, or it could be a space that was created using some kind of magic power. If one did not know, there was no difference between staying inside and staying outside. What about the world? From the simple understanding of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, it seemed to be broad enough. There was time and space, there were creatures and cultivators, if only from this point of view. It seemed that there was not much difference between the Immortal's cave. Of course, there was still a real difference. At least the world must have heavenly tribulation. The reason why Yang Chen had always wanted to refine the heavenly tribulation room into the Mountain River geographical map was for this. Is it just because of the existence of the heavenly tribulation? Li Cheng asked again. It seems that it should also be divided into different levels, similar to the mortal world, the spiritual world, and the immortal world. Yang Chen thought about it and added another definition. It seemed that this would make it more complete. Not enough. Li Cheng shook his head again. If this is the case, it is not enough to become a world. The territory in your Mountain River geographical map cannot become a world even if it is 10,000 times larger. Chapter 2001. Yang Chen was thinking hard about what was the difference between the Immortal's cave and the world. Gong Sunling next to him was the same, but the two of them thought about it. At most, they could only think of some heavenly tribulation and the barrier between the two worlds. But this was obviously not enough according to Big Brother Li Cheng. What was the core difference? It has its own time and its own space. Yang Chen gave this answer after thinking for a long time. For fear that Gong Sunling did not understand, he also added an explanation: independent time and independent space. Gong Sunling was also a smart person, and she immediately understood what Yang Chen meant by independence. Now, all the Immortal's cave, even if the space is not necessarily in the original world. But the time can't escape the influence of the original world. It can only be synchronized with the original world. There is no independent time. Perhaps it is a gap that the Immortal's cave cannot become a world. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling turned their eyes to Li Cheng, waiting for his judgment. It's very close. Li Cheng nodded, quite satisfied with the answer given by Yang Chen. But he continued, it's still a little bit, just a little bit, let's try again. With an independent time and space different from the original world, what else is there to lack? While Yang Chen was racking his brains here, Gao Yu and the other women had slowly surrounded them. It was just that there was a small problem. Yang Qin himself did not notice it. It was already 2 days later. In these 2 days, Gao Yu and the others came to serve Li Cheng, but under Li Cheng's signal, they did not disturb Yang Qin and Gong Sanling. What is heavenly tribulation? Think about it carefully. Li Cheng reminded them to a certain extent. Sometimes it is not the best way to tell the answer directly when encountering a problem. It is a wise approach to guide the other party to find the answer on their own initiative. Li Cheng is doing this. Now, what is the core of heavenly tribulation? The core of the heavenly tribulation. Not only was Yang Qin thinking about it, even the girls were silently thinking about it. After reaching a certain realm, the heavenly tribulation would naturally descend. Unless one used some special method to conceal their cultivation and deceive the heavens, the heavenly tribulation would not descend. But why would a heavenly tribulation descend? If he didn't understand this problem, he probably wouldn't be able to touch the essence of the world. I understand. When Yang Chen went through all the things related to him in his mind, he suddenly realized something. He immediately exclaimed, "It's the rules, the rules. The world needs its own rules." Yang Chen's words made the women understand a lot, and they immediately found the answers to many of the questions that had drilled into a dead end. All the women seemed to feel that the invisible fog blocking their eyes suddenly dispersed, and their minds became clear, and then their spiritual awareness cultivation suddenly rose. Just in front of Yang Chen and Li Cheng, all the women in the Dragon Palace had their spiritual awareness cultivation base raised by a small realm. The strange thing was that Yang Chen, who really put forward this answer, did not change. This made the average spiritual awareness cultivation of the goddesses higher than Yang Chen by a small realm, reaching the 3rd grade of Xian Immortal Realm. Zhou Xianying had long reached the 3rd grade of Xian Immortal Realm, and now she had reached the 4th grade of Xian Immortal Realm. Finally, I've touched the edge. Li Cheng nodded with satisfaction on the side. You're right, it's the rules. The world should have its own independent rules and not be attached to the current world. As long as there are rules, the heavenly tribulation is very simple. Big Brother, how many artifact spirits are there in the Mountain River geographical map? Yang Qin finally touched the edge, and he was very happy in his heart. However, he still thought of other problems and asked Li Cheng again. 3. Li Cheng replied with certainty. Could it be that the old Dragon King wants the 3 artifact spirits to each take charge of a realm? Yang Qin immediately keenly discovered the mystery. The Mountain River geographical map is like the mortal world, the spiritual world, and the immortal world. He wants to refine it into 3 realms. From the current situation, the old Dragon King does have such intentions. Li Cheng nodded and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, he failed." Failed? Yang Chen and the girls felt a little pity. Yang Chen was more concerned about whether there was a chance to remedy Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map. This was a major event that concerned his wife's future achievements. Then does Ling still have a chance? He directly asked if there was a chance because Yang Chen firmly remembered that when he first asked Big Brother Li Cheng about the Mountain River geographical map, Big Brother Li Cheng said to see what kind of price they were willing to pay, indicating that there was a possibility of success. Still the same sentence. It depends on what price you are willing to pay. Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen and answered frankly, "It's not that easy to form a world of your own. What do you need us to do?" Yang Chen didn't even need to answer the question of whether they were willing to pay the price and directly asked Li Cheng what to do. The 3 dragon spirits cannot completely understand the rules of the 3 realms, so they cannot create enough order to maintain the heavenly Tao. Li Cheng quickly explained the reason for the failure of the dragon spirits. There are artifact spirits, but they cannot maintain the normal operation of the world. So, the Mountain River geographical map can only be left to rot in the dragon race's treasure vault. Maintain the heavenly Tao, the rules of the 3 realms. Yang Qin chewed on these 2 words and fell into deep thought. Gong Sunling didn't speak anymore. She just looked at her husband worriedly. If Li Cheng said that the price was too high, she would immediately stop him. The old Dragon King created the Mountain River geographical map for selfish reasons. Li Cheng continued. He wanted to create a world where the dragon race was the only ruler. Unfortunately, he forgot one thing. The heavenly Tao is heartless. With selfishness, you will ignore some rules. And if you go against these rules, you can only fail. As the saying goes, when the human heart moves, the heavens and earth know of it. If good and evil are not repaid, there must be selfishness in the universe. If you have selfish thoughts, you still want to control the heavenly Tao. Li Cheng shook his head very directly. It's already a great fortune that the Mountain River geographical map didn't directly become a waste. If good and evil are not repaid, there must be selfishness in the universe. This was the first time Yang Qin and the girls heard such straightforward yet deafening words. It was as if it was the law of the heavens and earth, but it was also very confusing. Since good and evil are repaid, why can the cultivators of the demon sect also go through the tribulation and ascend? Yang Qin didn't understand. This was a high-level thing that he had never come into contact with in his previous life. Now that big brother Li Cheng was in front of him, if he didn't take the opportunity to understand it, he would be the biggest fool in the world. Yang Qin didn't worry at all that Lady Fanghua and the group of maids would also ask this question. Since they had all gone through the tribulation and ascended, it meant that there was no problem with them. He just wanted to know the reason behind it, not to deny their cultivation. Chapter 2002. Li Cheng answered all of Yang Chen's questions, no matter how outrageous the questions were. Soon, Yang Chen's family understood the truth. Everything in this world had two sides, and cultivation was no exception. On the surface, Taoism guided people to do good, while the demon sects were full of evil. It was clear who was good and who was evil. Unfortunately, this was not the case in essence. The people of Taoism were not necessarily good, and the people of demon sects were not necessarily bad. The same was true for the demon clan. At least, Yang Chen was very clear about this. Yang Lan was a disciple of the Xiantian sect, the first sect of Taoism, but he was by no means a good person. In simple words, the cultivation method of Taoism was to absorb and use the righteousness between heaven and earth. Then the cultivation method of demon sects was to absorb the filth between heaven and earth and righteousness, so that the world could maintain a balance. This was the heavenly Tao. As for heavenly tribulation, it was the way of heavenly Tao's judgment. In addition to one's own cultivation, there were other more mysterious and indescribable things. Sometimes, relying on tyrannical cultivation alone did not necessarily mean that one could survive heavenly tribulation. On this point, even Yang Chen's initial understanding was wrong. He just said that there was no big problem in general, but I have seen a lot of cultivators who killed people, and they all successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. Is it so easy to let go of the heavenly tribulation? Yang Chen asked inexplicably. It was better to ask some questions directly. How do you know that he killed good people? Isn't killing bad people also a matter of great merit? Li Cheng immediately asked a question in reply. But some old devils kill ordinary people in the mortal world. Even if there are bad people among them, there are still many good people in this world, right? The old devil in Yang Chen's words naturally referred to old devil Yi in his previous life. He was a real devil who killed people. Even he could pass the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the immortal world. This good and evil karma sounded like a joke. Good people among ordinary people. Li Cheng laughed directly. Good people don't grow up eating stones, right? They also need to eat food, eat meat, and drink water to live. What about the food? What about the prey? You dare to say that every good person is truly a good person in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. You think he's a good person because, from the perspective of the human race, you think that some things are reasonable. However, the heavenly Tao was different. It did not judge good and evil from the perspective of the human race. Although the standards of good and evil of our human race are mostly in line with the great Tao of nature, there are still some differences. Do you know why the dragon spirit in the mountain river geographical map failed? That's why. Li Cheng saw that Yang Chen was deep in thought and quickly pointed out their selfishness is also from the perspective of the dragon race itself to distinguish between good and evil, so it is naturally not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. If you have the same idea, this mountain river geographical map, Ah Ling will honestly be the array map, and don't think about anything else. These words made Yang Chen suddenly feel enlightened. Many things that he couldn't understand in the past suddenly became clear at this moment. Once the hindrance in his heart disappeared, Yang Chen's spiritual sense cultivation immediately began to soar, and in a short while, it directly rushed to the peak of the Xian Immortal stage, across a full 7 small realms, only a small step away from entering the ranks of the Golden Immortal. Big brother, if you want to let the world of the mountain river geographical map take shape, what price do you need to pay? When everything stabilized, Yang Chen asked again seriously. It needs a tool spirit that can correctly understand the heavenly Tao and can suppress the 3 dragon spirits. Li Cheng did not keep him guessing, and this time said it directly. Of course, if you just want a world as big as 3 immortals' caves, it doesn't matter. If you want to merge the 2 worlds, this tool spirit must be able to withstand the chaotic spiritual power and the demonic qi that makes people crazy. The latter is very critical. Once it can't bear it, the mountain river geographical map may burst. Bear it? Yang Chen asked puzzledly. The tool spirit has no physical body. Is it not the ability of the mountain river geographical map itself to bear? Ordinary spiritual power, the mountain river geographical map, can bear it without limit. Li Cheng explained, but the chaotic spiritual power and the demonic qi is very troublesome. First of all, the tool spirit needs to be able to straighten out the chaotic spiritual power and turn it into a normal spiritual power. This tool spirit must be proficient in all kinds of yin and yang 5 elements spirit power. When Li Cheng spoke, he was staring directly at Yang Chen's eyes. When the women listened to these words, the more they listened, the more they felt that this tool spirit was really not easy, and the meaning of Big Brother Li Cheng's words actually vaguely pointed to Yang Chen. Proficient in all kinds of yin and yang 5 elements spirit power, besides Yang Chen himself. Who else could do it? Could it be that Big Brother Li Cheng meant to let Yang Chen personally be this tool spirit? How could this be? No wonder he kept asking if he was willing to pay the price at the beginning. If this was the case, not to mention the women, Gong Sunling would definitely not let her husband do such a thing. Secondly, the demonic qi and demonic qi are very difficult to deal with. I think you have already experienced the power of the demonic qi. The demonic qi can make the monster race increase their cultivation frantically, but once they can't control the growth of their cultivation and break through their limits, they will become crazy monsters. Li Cheng ignored the women and continued, the tool spirit itself also needs to have a strong determination and endurance to withstand these demonic qi and demonic qi. A smile appeared on Yang Chen's face as he listened, and all the women had a bad feeling in their hearts. But at this time, Yang Chen did not speak, and none of the women dared to say anything. They could only look at Gao Yu for help. Gao Yu was the first wife and Yang Chen's master. Maybe Yang Chen would listen to her words. Of course, these are nothing. Li Cheng finished speaking and changed the topic. The most important thing is that the tool spirit must be able to truly understand the heavenly Tao, wield judgment, be able to adjust everything in the mountain river geographical map, and let the world run normally. Seeing that Yang Chen was smiling, Li Cheng also smiled. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding. After laughing for a while, Yang Chen suddenly stretched out his hand and said righteously, "Give it to me, big brother." "What?" Li Cheng asked, pretending to be puzzled. "The heavenly Tao's rules. Yang Qin did not feel embarrassed at all to ask for something from others. He was very arrogant, as if it was his own. "Husband, you can't." Gao Yu finally stopped him. With her taking the lead, the other women followed one after another. For a time it was a mess. "What are you afraid of?" Yang Qin smiled and said to the women, "You have forgotten that the divine sense technique that husband cultivates will split his divine sense after a certain level. If I can't find a suitable body, I can only stop at a certain realm. Brother Li is guiding me in my cultivation." When the women heard this, their tears turned into laughter. In the past, Yang Qin had dual cultivation with the goddesses for this reason, in order to lower his own divine sense. Just now, they were too concerned and actually forgot the characteristics of husband's divine sense cultivation and let Brother Li Cheng see a joke. Chapter 2003. In an instant, all the beautiful eyes turned to Li Cheng, as if they were putting pressure on Li Cheng to hurry up and take out the things that he had prepared for his husband. "Your current cultivation and knowledge are not enough to understand the way of heaven." Li Cheng was not afraid to hit Yang Qin at all, and said directly, "So if you want to touch the edge of the way of heaven, you'd better improve your cultivation." If this was said by someone else, it might make people feel unconvinced. But when Brother Li Cheng said it, Yang Qin did not show any unconvinced expression at all, and he was sincerely convinced. Li Cheng had such prestige in Yang Chen's mind. Li Cheng said that Yang Chen's cultivation was not enough. Then it must be Yang Chen's cultivation was not enough. It was easy to understand that the concept of mastering the way of heaven did not sound so simple. Yang Chen was just a human immortal, and he could not be called a master anywhere. Fortunately, Yang Chen could now increase his cultivation freely. It was believed that when Yang Chen absorbed all the fire seeds, there would be a huge change. Over the years, Li Cheng had been to many places, and he looked a little tired, so he stayed directly at Yang Chen's place. Yang Chen's family was overjoyed. Not only did they arrange the best room in the Dragon Palace, but everyone also served them attentively. From time to time, some people would ask Big Brother Li Cheng for some questions on cultivation or other aspects, and Big Brother Li Cheng for any advice from Yang Chen's family, who was also very careful. It seemed that nothing could baffle him. After dealing with some sect affairs, Yang Chen also calmed down and concentrated on cultivation. It was funny to say that the sect affairs he dealt with were just to decline a few beauties sent by the Demon Sect, the Demon Clan, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Since the last time when Yang Chen's Wood Dragon Palace was occupied in the battlefield of the Three River Alliance, all parties seemed to have the intention to win over Yang Chen. Several female cultivators had been waiting for Yang Chen in the Chunying Palace for several years. Of course, Yang Chen didn't have any other thoughts now, so he gave everyone a very definite answer. At the very least, when Yang Chen was in the spiritual realm, he would maintain good communication with all parties, but there was no need for a marriage alliance. Because of this, Yang Chen was also teased by the girls, joking that he should find a few more sisters for them. Anyway, now they can't stand their own husbands. Yang Chen had already found a solution to this problem, according to the different cultivation attributes of each person. After referring to several dual cultivation techniques, he took out a dual cultivation technique for each of the 5 elements. After consulting Big Brother Li Cheng, he finally confirmed the final version. From the beginning of Yang Chen's cultivation base recultivation to the present, the women had at most enjoyed the joy of being husband and wife with Yang Chen, but they had never had a double cultivation. Everyone also knew the reason. Now that Yang Chen finally took out the real dual cultivation method, the women were naturally secretly happy, and all of them studied it carefully. For this kind of thing, Big Sister Gao Yu was naturally at the forefront. Under the guidance of Yang Chen, Gao Yu quickly mastered this brand new dual cultivation method. After a few times, she cooperated with Yang Chen. After some cultivation, Gao Yu suddenly felt a completely different cultivation experience from the past. Not to mention anything else, Just the efficiency of cultivation made Gao Yu feel a little incredible. In the past, when she cultivated with Yang Qin, she also cultivated the top dual cultivation method, so the efficiency was naturally not low. But compared with now, the difference was not a little bit. She only felt that a complete cultivation now was equivalent to the effect of a month's dual cultivation in the past, which was really a little surprising and unbelievable. Not only Gao Yu had this feeling, but all the women who had cultivated with Yang Qin had the same feeling. Everyone was happy and excited, but they were also shocked. How powerful was the method created by her husband this time to make the effect of dual cultivation so significant? It had to be said that the golden body secret art created by Yang Qin this time was really a bit too incredible. Even people like Big Brother Li Cheng were surprised, let alone the women around him. The combination of several cultivation methods and the effect of the merit chapter was indeed many times stronger than the previous Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements secret art. Lady Fanghua and a group of maids that cultivated the brilliant spirit method, not the original spiritual power, so they couldn't do dual cultivation with Yang Qin. However, they could use the brilliant spirit method to absorb the impure spiritual power of Yang Qin, making Yang Qin's spiritual power more and more pure. Just this part of the spiritual power absorbed made Lady Fanghua and the maids secretly shocked. They were also at the 3rd grade of human immortal, but now they could absorb more spiritual power from Yang Qin than before recultivation. It could be imagined that Yang Qin's new cultivation method was wonderful. After the Murong sisters returned to the sect to deal with the monsters, they soon returned to Chunyang Palace to accompany their husband. Naturally, they also learned the golden body dual cultivation method created by Yang Qin. After the women were familiar with the dual cultivation method, Yang Qin immediately began the process of absorbing the fire seeds. It was still the same as in the mortal world, starting with the low-grade fire seeds to fuse and refine. Although he wanted to improve his cultivation quickly in his heart, Yang Qin was not in a hurry in the process of absorption. Step by step, very solid. The lowest grade of fire seeds in the spiritual world, Yang Qin had already absorbed a lot of them before. Now there were only dozens of them in his hands that he had not integrated yet. These fire seeds were very simple for Yang Qin now. It took Yang Qin less than 20 days to completely integrate each kind of fire seed. Every time he absorbed a kind of fire seed, Yang Qin's yin-yang heaven-burning fire was stronger, and the power of the golden body secret art itself was also stronger. After the absorption was completed, Yang Qin and the women would open up their bodies and minds and thoroughly dual cultivation to harmonize the yang qi in their bodies. Every 2 or 3 months, Yang Qin would appear in the sect once, simply deal with some sect affairs, and then return to the Dragon Palace to continue cultivating. This situation was very normal for outsiders, and he was generally in a state of semi-seclusion. However, anyone could find that Yang Qin's cultivation base had a little growth every time he appeared. In addition to the fusion of the fire seeds, Yang Qin's most diligent cultivation was the 3 purities secret art. Yang Qin knew very well that if he wanted to reach the next level of spiritual awareness splitting, the 3 purities secret art must be cultivated to the 6th level. Although Yang Qin's current spiritual awareness cultivation base had reached the peak of Xian Immortal, and it seemed that he would soon enter the Golden Immortal realm, but such a little awareness would probably take years of hard work. In order to meet the requirements of Big Brother Li Cheng as soon as possible, Yang Qin hated that he could not cultivate the 3 purities secret art every moment. More haste, less speed. Li Cheng saw the state of Yang Qin. After a few days of tension, he couldn't help but remind Yang Qin, "What about a normal heart? How you cultivated before, now you still cultivate like that. Don't be too deliberate." Chapter 2004. Li Cheng's reminder made Yang Qin realize that he was indeed a little impatient. In fact, when Yang Qin heard that he could come into contact with the heavenly Tao laws, Yang Qin was no longer calm. The heavenly Tao laws, what was that? Others didn't know, but Yang Chen was very clear about it. It could be said that even 99% of the cultivators in the immortal world had no way to come into contact with the heavenly Tao. He actually had such an opportunity and possibility in the spiritual world. No one would be able to help but be excited. It seemed that his mentality was still not calm enough. Otherwise, he would not have made such a mistake. Yang Chen humbly accepted the guidance of Big Brother Li Cheng. Cultivation was not a matter of a day and night. Even if he had a super heaven-defying secret art, it would take days and months of hard work, but it was not to indulge in cultivation. Cultivation was just a road, not a destination. Cultivation was not only about the purpose. Regardless of the process, the scenery on the road still had to be carefully appreciated. Maybe one day he would be able to find a broad road from the forks in the road. After calming down, Yang Chen no longer pursued the rapid improvement of the three purities' secret art, but began to dual cultivate with the goddesses. The highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra could indeed reduce the gap between the two sides of the dual cultivation, but there were also two other benefits. One was that it could greatly improve the efficiency of spiritual awareness cultivation, and the other was that it could make the spiritual awareness of both sides more condensed. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base had reached the peak of the profound immortal realm. Originally, Yang Chen thought that he was only a little bit away from entering the golden immortal realm, but when he really cultivated, he realized that it was not so simple. At least for such a long time, it did not bring a significant improvement to his spiritual awareness. The reason was that his mentality was too anxious, and the other point was that the difference in spiritual power cultivation base was too big. Don't think that spiritual power cultivation base would not affect the realm of spiritual awareness. In fact, there was still a certain relationship. Even if it was as powerful as the three purities' secret art, after the spiritual awareness cultivation base exceeded the spiritual power cultivation base by 3 realms, it would also forcibly split the spiritual awareness. It was estimated that this was the limit. To reach this limit, it was unreasonable to blindly cultivate the spiritual awareness, and both sides should go hand in hand. After being improved by Yang Chen, the Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra had a special feature, which was that it could be practiced by multiple people at the same time. While everyone was present, Yang Chen's family was the only one who was surprised. Including Lady Fanghua and the group of maids, Yang Chen used the Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra to raise the spirit sense cultivation of all the maids to the mysterious immortal grade 6, while Yang Chen's spirit sense cultivation dropped to the mysterious immortal grade 7. Don't think that this was just a simple lowering of the realm. What followed was the more condensed spiritual sense and sea of consciousness. The improvement of the foundation would be of great benefit to him when he tried to break through to the next realm. It could even be said that this cultivation was several times more efficient than Yang Chen's cultivation of the 3 purities secret art alone. Soon, Yang Chen entered another kind of semi-secluded cultivation, absorbing the fire seeds, dual cultivation with his wives and concubines, golden body secret art, and dual cultivation with the goddesses. Every once in a while, he would go to the mountain river geographical map with everyone and live a simple and ordinary life in the world of the Aborigines. It did not show the strangeness of the cultivators at all, as if they were ordinary Aborigines who moved from afar. This was a very novel feeling, at least after everyone became cultivators for so many years, except for 100 years after returning to the sect from the demon continent. There was no such opportunity. Of course, it was also deliberately focused on cultivation and did not relive this kind of life again. Such a way of life even made Big Brother Li Cheng feel interesting, especially with Yang Chen's family several times. Later, the old man plunged into the crowd of Aborigines alone and enjoyed it alone. On the other hand, Yang Chen's family had to maintain their own cultivation and return to the Dragon Palace from time to time. The family's life continued peacefully for decades, and the cultivation of Yang Chen and the women had also improved to varying degrees. It had to be said that the method of dual cultivation of the golden body secret art was indeed unparalleled in the world. Tao Junkie has passed the human immortal tribulation and entered the ranks of the earth immortal. Zhou Xianying has reached the 5th grade of heaven immortal and is one step closer to ascending. The others, Gao Yu, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue, as well as the Morong sisters and Shi Wushuang, have all stepped into the ranks of the human immortal peak. In just 50 years, it was really incredible that the women could be promoted to such a realm. Lady Fanghua was still in the realm of the peak earth immortal, only half a step away from the tribulation. However, she still strictly followed the teachings of Yang Qin, consolidated the foundation as much as possible, and stayed in this realm for a while. The maids have also improved, and they have all reached the realm of the peak earth immortal. In the past few decades, Gong Sunling has continuously refined the caves of the Holocaust sect and the Thousand Demon sect, and the world of the Mountain River geographical map was almost unbreakable. The Earth Immortal and Heaven Immortal experts of the two sect were also released, and they joined the world of the Mountain River geographical map, which also led to the rapid improvement of Gong Sunling's cultivation, and she has reached the 5th grade of the Earth Immortal realm. In just 50 years, she has risen 3 grades in the Earth Immortal realm, and could almost be regarded as an outstanding disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Only Yang Chen's cultivation has improved the slowest, and he is now only in the 5th grade of the human immortal realm. Speaking of which, in the entire Dragon Palace, the one with the slowest cultivation growth is Yang Chen. However, everyone understood that although Yang Chen's realm growth is the slowest, his combat power growth is the fastest. The golden body secret art alone is enough to match thousands of methods in the outside world. In the past few years, Yang Chen almost never left the house, except for the Dragon Palace and the Mountain River geographical map, and he rarely went to the main hall of the sect. But this time, Grandmaster Wang Yong personally came, and he called Yang Chen to the main hall of the sect to discuss important matters. Since the last time when the demon beasts were released to attack the sect, the Zhao family has not caused any more trouble in the past few years. The cultivators have also begun to recover the lost land again, and most of the territories have been recaptured. In terms of time, it has been more than 700 years since the outbreak of the devil tribulation. According to the previous estimation of Yang Qin and Li Chang, it is almost time to end. Basically, most of the territories have been recovered by the cultivators, and only the original trial grounds are left. But now this part of the area is occupied by the most ferocious demon beasts, and even the top experts of the major sect dare not enter this area easily. There is no other way. The density of the Xian immortal demon beasts in that area is too high. But recently, there is a very outrageous rumor outside. Someone asked for an elixir formula from an alchemy master. This elixir formula is said to be able to refine a kind of elixir, and after taking it, the crazy demon beasts in the trial grounds will not care about the person who took the elixir. In other words, it can make those crazy demon beasts eliminate their hostility. The reason why the sect looked for Yang Qin to discuss is that the alchemy master is Master Yang Qin of the Chunyang Palace. Chapter 2005. They all knew that Yang Qin had been in the Chunyang Palace for decades and had never gone out at all, so the possibility of him selling the pill recipe was very low. In addition, if Yang Chen was going to sell the pill recipe, he would definitely discuss it with the sect and would never silently act first and report later. Yang Chen had done this many times in the mortal world, and it had almost become a habit. The head of the palace and several elders did not believe that Yang Chen would not inform them to do such a thing. Calling Yang Chen was also to confirm the authenticity of this matter. As expected by the head of the palace, Yang Chen naturally did not do this kind of thing. He had been immersed in cultivation over the years. How could he still care about the outside things? This was obviously someone's doing. It's a pill recipe sold by a branch of the Wanbao Tower. The head of the palace smiled bitterly at Yang Chen and said, "The cultivator who bought the pill recipe said that he did not dare to occupy it. and then directly made it public. If you count from the time, it should be that most of the spiritual world already knows this pill recipe. Let me see the pill recipe. There was such a thing. Yang Chen was a little curious and asked. Taking the jade slit that recorded the pill recipe from Wang Yang's hand, Yang Chen said with a smile, "So, Master Zhu Xian should have found something?" "It has been investigated." The head of the palace nodded slightly. There were no outsiders present, so it didn't matter to say these words. Senior Zhu Xian ascended hundreds of years ago, but has not disclosed the identity of a disciple of the Chunying Palace. But he has been secretly investigating some things against the Chunying Palace, including the ascended disciples of the Wine Immortal House. They were still under the Jiu Xian. It was a small sect that seemed to have little to do with the Chunying Palace on the surface. Like Senior Jiu Xian, when he arrived in the spiritual world, no matter what, he had to set up a small sect. Otherwise, there would be no place to stay. Or he could join the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. This was not the mortal world. It was simply a delusion to rely on a rogue cultivator to live safely. The establishment of the Wine Immortal House was very low-key. In the beginning, most of the disciples were cultivators of the Wine Immortal House, with the secret support of the Chunying Palace. Soon the Wine Immortal House had dozens of Earth Immortal Masters and several Fairy Immortal Masters. It seemed that there was already a small sect. At least with such power, they could barely protect themselves. Basically, as long as one didn't provoke others casually and didn't flaunt one's wealth, no one would make an enemy for no reason. Senior Wine Immortal was very popular in the mortal world, so it was understandable that he was sheltered in the territory of the Pure Yang Palace, and no one would be suspicious. It was precisely because of this that some people would not be on guard, and they would let Zhu Xian find some problems. This was already discussed with Senior Wine Immortal. 10,000 Treasure Tower and Wine Immortal House, one in the light and one in the dark, make up for each other and always find a lot of things that both sides may ignore. Just like this time, there must be someone in the Chunying Palace who had a problem. Chunying Palace expanded by more than 100,000 people at once, and it was impossible for all of them to be clean. Although most of the people lurking in Chunying Palace with ulterior motives had died several times, there were always fish that escaped the net. This time, the name of Yang Chen was used to sell the pill recipe, which exposed a large number of people, at least 100 of them. So far, the master of the palace has not figured out the motives of these people, so he looked for Yang Chen to discuss. The pill recipe sold was claimed to be able to turn the mad monster into a friend. Could it be that they wanted to rely on the false efficacy to attack the reputation of Yang Chen's alchemy master? But wasn't this technique too clumsy? The most incomprehensible thing was that someone had already tried this pill recipe. Unexpectedly, this pill recipe turned out to be useful. After taking the pill, even if the cultivator stood in front of the mad monster, the monster would not attack, which was very magical. Of course, the person who tested the efficacy of the pill was a human immortal rogue cultivator, and the monster he faced was only a mad monster of the Earth Immortal level. No cultivator has tested whether it would work on the Xian Immortal level monster. If the efficacy of the pill was true, then people couldn't understand what their purpose was. Not only did it not hit the reputation of Yang Chen, but it also helped Yang Chen more. During the time when the master of the palace said his concerns, Yang Chen had already read the pill recipe. From the beginning of seeing this familiar pill recipe, Yang Chen had probably understood the purpose of the opponent. As the master of the palace worried at the beginning, the other party was trying to hit the reputation of Yang Chen's alchemy master. However, that was a long-term plan. In the short term, the other party was not such a purpose, but to be able to quickly promote this kind of pill. In his previous life, Yang Chen was familiar with this kind of medicinal pill, but it was not after Yang Chen took it. In his previous life, this kind of medicinal pill also appeared, but it did not appear at the end of the demonic tribulation, but hundreds of years after the end of the demonic tribulation. In his previous life, this kind of medicinal pill caused at least millions of cultivators to experience a terrible disaster. From knowing the result, It took at least 1,000 years to slowly eliminate the evil consequences brought by this kind of medicinal pill. This kind of medicinal pill was clearly written on the pill recipe. It was called the heart refining pill. In his previous life, it was also this name, but Yang Chen never knew that this medicinal pill could turn the mad monster into a friend. As the name implied, this kind of medicinal pill, called the heart refining pill, after taking it, it would make people have a feeling of ease of mind, which was extremely beneficial for cultivation and fighting. Why did cultivators pursue the cultivation of the mind? Wasn't it to make their own thoughts clear when they cultivated? However, the cultivation for a long time would inevitably bring a kind of slack and boredom. No matter how wonderful it was when it became a daily job, it would lose that wonderful feeling after a long time. Cultivation was no exception. Many cultivators, after experiencing thousands of years of cultivation, would have this sense of boredom. They would lose interest in cultivation, and there would be resistance from the heart. This was not subject to the will of the cultivator. This was also an alternative heart devil in cultivation. Different cultivators had different ways to fight against this kind of heart devil. For example, Yang Chen would take his whole family to the indigenous people to live an ordinary life. This was a way to cope. There were many diligent cultivators who relied on great perseverance to survive their own period of slack. This was also a way. The emergence of the heart refining pill made the cultivators find a simple and feasible path. In the past, when they cultivated, they would resist it from the heart, but after taking the medicine, their mind would be clear, their mood would be comfortable, and naturally they could enjoy the joy of cultivation. This not only brought the fun of cultivation, but also the efficiency of cultivation would be much higher. Chapter 2006. This was the effect of the heart refining pill in his memory. However, what Yang Chen didn't expect was that this pill could turn a berserk demon beast into a friend. This was a little interesting. Yang Chen was sure that this pill had nothing to do with him. In his previous life, he vaguely remembered that this pill was the work of a famous alchemy master. However, that person didn't end up well. Now, it seemed like he was in the same situation as Emma Wuji. Someone had put the hat on his head and couldn't take it off. Obviously, the Zhao family was the most familiar with the demon beast research. Now that this pill appeared, Yang Chen was almost certain that it was the work of the Zhao family. Only the Zhao family would take out this pill and use its effect on the demon beasts to deal with the cultivators at this time. Yang Chen could totally imagine how crazy the experts among the cultivators would be when they found out that this pill could allow them to enter the trial grounds safely. No matter if it was to explore the secrets of the trial grounds, search for the tracks of the Zhao clan, or launch a surprise attack when those mysterious immortal realm demon beasts paid no attention to them. Any one of them was a temptation that experts were unable to refuse. It wouldn't take long before the cultivators who took the pill became more and more advanced. Eventually, most of the experts couldn't help but take it out of curiosity, especially the experts of the various sect. At this moment, they knew the approximate location of the Zhao family, but they couldn't find it because of the countless Xian immortal demon beasts. At this time, the appearance of this heart-refining pill was simply a gift from the heavens. It allowed everyone to enter the trial grounds with confidence and completely eradicate the Zhao family. However, would the Zhao family really be so kind as to let everyone attack their nest in this way? Yang Chen never thought so. He believed that very soon there would be cultivators who discovered the beauty of resisting the inner demons and the true benefits of this heart-refining pill. At that time, there would definitely be a large number of cultivators chasing after it. As the owner of the pill formula, he would definitely rise along with it. Being able to overcome the inner demons of tiredness and the irresistible temptation of being able to avoid being hurt by the demon beasts, this pill would definitely become the favorite pill of the spiritual realm cultivators at this stage. Just these two effects were enough to make everyone who consumed the pill feel deeply grateful to the owner of the pill formula. This would be a huge favor. Most importantly, the formula for this heart-refining pill was not complicated. The refining method was also very simple, and the raw materials could be easily obtained. As long as one had some foundation in alchemy, a third or fourth grade alchemist would be able to easily refine it, even if it was not of a high grade. In other words, even a newly ascended alchemist would be able to refine a qualified heart-tempering pill. This also meant that cultivators would no longer have to worry about the invasion of the inner demons of tiredness. As long as they swallowed a pill during their cultivation, it would take effect. For cultivation, this could be said to be a revolutionary pill. It was no wonder that the alchemy grandmaster in his previous life had forced himself to admit that it was his own work just for the sake of fame. However, Yang Chen would never admit that it was his doing, even if it seemed to be a great benefit at this stage. Blessings and misfortunes were closely related. Many unseen misfortunes were hidden when people became complacent. In terms of raw materials, there was no problem with this pill at all. Moreover, its medicinal effects were outstanding. It could make one's thoughts clear and feel at ease. It could also allow cultivators to enter the trial grounds for more experience. No matter how one looked at it, it was a good thing. However, no matter how great the benefits of this pill were, one could not deny its fatal flaw. This kind of heart-refining pill was not a problem if taken in small amounts. However, once taken in large amounts, it would be 100% addictive, causing people to develop a psychological dependence on the heart-refining pill. In the future, whenever one cultivated, they would think of taking a heart-refining pill. As soon as they stopped taking the pill, they would immediately return to the state of the inner demons. It was even 10,000 times worse than before. Pills were easy to obtain. Almost all alchemists could refine them. This made it easy for cultivators to let their guard down. They thought that it was not something that could kill them. However, the problem with the heart-refining pill was that it was addictive. As long as a cultivator had a little knowledge of pharmacology, they would understand that once a person became addicted to a drug and became dependent on it, as long as there was a slight trigger, the addiction would immediately act up. If it acted up during cultivation, it was not a big problem. After all, the pill was easy to refine, so they could just take one immediately. However, if a cultivator suddenly became addicted to a unique method during a battle, causing the inner demons to form, this state would not last for long. In just a breath's time, it could be the difference between life and death. Yang Chen could completely imagine that those who wanted to enter the trial grounds to encircle the Zhao family must be the top experts of each sect. Everyone relied on the heart-refining pill to kill many monsters and then reach the core of the trial grounds. If they were lucky enough to find the location of the Zhao family, just as they were about to launch the final attack, the addiction would suddenly act up. Then they would have to face a group of Zhao family experts who were like wolves and tigers. What kind of tragic end would that be? In the Battle of the Three River Alliance, the Zhao family wanted to eliminate the top forces of each sect but failed. However, if the heart-refining pill really became popular, then what the Zhao family couldn't do in the Battle of the Three River Alliance might succeed with the help of the heart-refining pill. At that time, the inventor of the pill would definitely become the target of public criticism. Even if the cultivators died 10,000 times, it would not be enough to vent their anger. In his previous life, the alchemy grandmaster died at the hands of angry cultivators. Not only did he lose his reputation, but he was also beheaded. It was all a false reputation that harmed people. Now that he thought about it, after the heart-refining pill appeared in his previous life, a large number of experts were destroyed by the major sect. It was not just the major sect. Basically, the entire spirit realm suffered a great loss. The major sect had no choice but to reduce the activities of their disciples to recuperate. Otherwise, Yang Chen would not have the chance to escape the Black Heaven sect's pursuit. The Zhao family's wishful thinking was good. They could kill two birds with one stone. They could rely on Yang Chen's reputation to make the pill popular and achieve their goal of eliminating the top forces of each sect in the spirit realm. They could also use the anger of each sect to remove the thorn in their side that they wanted to get rid of from the beginning. It was a good plan. However, everything was built on the premise that Yang Chen recognized the pill because of the false reputation and didn't discover the evil of the heart-refining pill. It was originally a flawless plan, but unfortunately the Zhao family miscalculated. Yang Chen was not the kind of person who was greedy for fame. Even if he didn't know the harm of the pill, Yang Chen would not recognize it if it wasn't him. Secondly, the Zhao family would never have guessed that Yang Chen's mind contained the memories of his previous life. The Zhao family's wishful thinking was destined to become a tragedy from the beginning. Chapter 2007. Knowing the attitude of Yang Chen, the response of Chunyang Palace was absolutely fast. Elder Wu Xiong personally came forward and took down all the people of Wanbao Tower who were involved in this matter and sent them to the law enforcement hall. Wang Yong, together with the two elders, Gu Zhishan and Si Qianqiu, cleaned up the guys who had been exposed in the sect and sent them to the law enforcement hall. Chunyang Palace strictly ordered that no one was allowed to touch the refining heart pill. Sometimes strict orders may be misunderstood, so when the palace master issued the order, he directly added a sentence. If one did not understand this, they could refer to the catastrophe of the demonic arts in the mortal world. This sentence made all the disciples of Chunyang Palace obedient. After those who did not know about the demonic arts catastrophe consulted the disciples who ascended from the mortal world, they immediately understood the cause and effect, and they did not have the slightest resistance to the arrangement of the sect. No one was willing to be a victim of some kind of medicinal pill conspiracy. At least before the effect of this refining heart pill was fully revealed, it was definitely the right choice to wait and see first. Of course, this might miss some opportunities, but as the saying goes, there was no pie falling from the sky. Everyone was at a loss for what to do about the attack of the demon beasts. Wasn't it too coincidental that such a good thing would appear immediately? No one was a fool. After being reminded, they were still unrepentant. Obviously, they could not ascend to the spiritual world. Chunyang Palace and Wanbao Tower immediately announced that the young palace master Yang Chen had been in retreat for years. This refining heart pill was by no means the work of Yang Chen. Some of the disciples of Wanbao Tower and Chunyang Palace were bribed by unknown forces and did this kind of deceiving thing. Chunyang Palace expressed severe condemnation. This was an official statement. As for whether others believed it or not, Yang Chen would not care, and Chunyang Palace would not care. However, in private, Yang Chen still asked the palace master to send a powerful disciple to personally send the news to the major sect, which was also an indirect reminder. This reminder would certainly not include the real conspiracy of the refining heart pill. At present, except for Yang Chen and those who arranged the conspiracy, no one knew the mystery of the refining heart pill. Yang Chen just let people tell the top leaders of the major sect that the refining heart pill was not refined by himself. Apart from that, there was no more words. Since Yang Chen had solemnly reminded them, the high-level members of the major sects were not fools. Some people pretended to be Yang Chen's reputation. If there was no problem with it, there would be a ghost. Yang Chen's reminder was enough for them to be cautious about this kind of medicinal pill that appeared inexplicably under the banner of others. This was the same attitude towards the major sect. Originally, Yang Chen planned to go back and continue his retreat immediately after the announcement of the matter in Chunyang Palace. However, after thinking about it, he disguised himself as Lu Xiang and left Chunyang Palace unobtrusively, heading straight to the Xiantian sect. After receiving the signal from Yang Chen requesting a secret meeting, Sect Master Li did not hesitate much. He immediately secretly took the 36 Tiangang masters to an ordinary shop in the Xiantian sect's territory. There was another universe in the shop. After a series of techniques, they entered several arrays, and then Sect Master Li saw Yang Chen. Is this true? After listening to Yang Chen's detailed description of the consequences of taking more refining heart pills, Sect Master Li, who was calm, couldn't help but stand up abruptly and ask anxiously, "There is absolutely no falsehood." Yang Chen nodded heavily and replied with certainty, "This disciple still has some knowledge about alchemy." This medicinal pill is not as simple as it looks. When you go back, you can find a few death row prisoners or captives and let them take it for a period of time to try it. As he spoke, Yang Chen took out a jade slip and respectfully handed it to Sect Master Li. He introduced it. This is a new medicine that this disciple has deduced based on some pharmacology. As long as it is crushed, it can be turned into medicinal qi, which is colorless and odorless. As long as people who take the refining heart pill for a long time come into contact with this medicinal qi, they will be addicted. You might as well see the effect when you test it. Sect Master Li took the jade slip and put it away. He looked at Yang Chen and suddenly laughed. His laughter was somewhat inexplicable. At least, this was the expression that appeared on Yang Chen's face. After a while, Sect Master Li stopped laughing and smiled at Yang Chen. If I didn't know that you wouldn't lie about this, I would have suspected that you were the one who refined and discovered this medicinal pill. Even the medicinal qi that was addictive had a refining method. If it was someone else, they would definitely have the same doubts as Sect Master Li. However, Sect Master Li was very clear about Yang Chen's attitude towards himself, and he would not doubt Yang Chen at all. Well, other sect only know that you reminded them that you did not refine it. There are a lot of things that can be done. Sect Master Li was very happy. Knowing the secret of this refining heart pill in advance, he could make a lot of targeted arrangements. Yang Chen, this old man has always had a wish. I don't know if you can fulfill it. After talking about business, Sect Master Li immediately led the topic in another direction. Please instruct me. Yang Chen will never refuse. Yang Chen immediately stated his position without any hesitation. In his answer, there was not even a hint of shirking that he would do it if he could do it. He was simply a model among loyal disciples. It's not a troublesome matter. Sect Master Li waved his hand, but he was more and more satisfied with Yang Chen in his heart. Such an attitude was rare even in the Shantian sect. How could it make Sect Master Li unhappy? I want to accept you as a personal disciple. What do you think? After Sect Master Li finished speaking, he also joked with a smile. I can't let you always be younger than Junkie in seniority. It seems that your husband's discipline is too weak. Yang Chen was overjoyed. Of course, this was on the surface. Without saying a word, he kowtowed on the spot and said, Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Sect Master Li accepted Yang Chen's kowtow with a smile, and then reached out with satisfaction to help Yang Chen up. For someone of his status, his words were like spilled water. It was not an exaggeration to say that his words were the law. Since he said so, and Yang Chen also bowed, then from now on, Sect Master Li was Yang Chen's master. There was no need for any complicated procedures at all. After completing Sect Master Li's wish, when he sat back in his seat again, the relationship between the two was even closer, and Sect Master Li was much more casual when talking. In your opinion, how can this heart-refining pill be used? Sect Master Li began to discuss some plans to deal with the heart-refining pill with Yang Chen. Yang Chen was by far the person who knew the heart-refining pill the best, so he should have the most say. According to this disciple's speculation, this heart-refining pill should be a smokescreen released by the Zhao family. The purpose is to deceive the major sect and then destroy the elites. Yang Chen was not polite and immediately replied respectfully, In this case, this disciple thinks we can beat them at their own game and break the Zhao family's plan. Chapter 2008. Yang Chen's plan was simple. This was to create the impression that the mysterious Heaven Sect's medicine hall's alchemy experts had come to the conclusion that the heart refinement pill was harmless. Then, some of the mysterious Heaven Sect's Xian Immortal experts would eat the heart refinement pill and enter the trial ground, giving the Zhao family the false impression that the mysterious Heaven Sect had taken the bait. Of course, for the sake of realism, these mysterious immortal experts naturally had to consume the heart refinement pill. This thing was just an addiction. As long as he wasn't ambushed at a critical moment in battle, his life wouldn't be in danger. In the future, he could still use various methods to quit. After all, he was a cultivator. Be it in terms of willpower or physical fitness, he was much stronger than ordinary people. Most of the elite experts were like the disciples of the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, and the Thousand Demon sect, hiding in the cave residences that these Xian immortal experts carried with them. Once there was any danger or opportunity, they could summon a large number of experts with just a thought. In order to avoid losing the experts who had eaten the heart-refining pill, they would also work together. If the opponent did not have an expert like the dragon puppet that could instantly kill all the experts without giving them a chance to react, they would inevitably be surrounded by the experts of the mysterious Heaven sect. If a golden immortal expert really appeared, it could only be said that these experts were unlucky. Even if they didn't meet in the trial grounds, it would be difficult for them to escape death. That had nothing to do with the heart-refining pill. Listening to Yang Chen's words, Sect Master Li touched his smooth chin and pondered. He was weighing the pros and cons. Yang Chen didn't say what kind of return he could get by paying such a price, but as the sect master, he had to consider it. Are you sure these experts can escape after taking the heart refinement pill? It was very difficult to get rid of addictive things. An expert of Sect Master Li's level was very clear about the difficulty. For Yang Chen's plan, many Xian immortal experts needed to take the heart-refining pill. Sect Master Li didn't want to bear the loss for no reason. Disciple can guarantee it, Yang Chen said very firmly, and at the same time gave Sect Master Li a reassuring pill. This disciple already has a general idea in mind and can refine a kind of medicinal pill to relieve the addiction of the heart-refining pill. However, it was just an idea that he had not tested yet. He felt that the situation was serious, so he had to inform his master first. If master is still worried, I will try that elixir as soon as possible. It just so happens that there is a group of disciples who betrayed the sect in Chunyang Palace to try the elixir. Yang Chen's guarantee was much stronger than other people's promises, at least in the mind of Sect Master Li. Since Yang Chen already had a concept, it meant that this medicinal pill was at least half successful. Not for anything else, but because of his confidence in Yang Chen's alchemy skills. Sect Master Li was not the only one who thought this. Among the cultivators who were familiar with Yang Chen and knew Yang Chen, 99 out of 100 people would have such thoughts. This was also the good reputation that Yang Chen had accumulated over the past 2,000 years of cultivation. Is there any problem with Chunyang Palace? Sect Master Li asked with concern. When he heard Yang Chen talk about the disciples who betrayed the sect in Chunyang Palace, he naturally knew that they were the guys who sold the elixir under the name of Yang Chen. Now that Chunyang Palace was regarded as an affiliated sect of the Xiantian sect, Sect Master Li naturally had to care about it. Although almost no one in Chunyang Palace knew about it, and only a few people in the Xiantian sect knew about it, as long as Yang Chen was there, Chunyang Palace would be safe. Chunyang Palace is a small problem, Yang Chen replied. A few small characters were thrown out by people who wanted to stir up the water. They can't make any waves. Be careful. 1,000 miles of dike will be destroyed by an ant's nest. Don't underestimate the small characters. Sect Master Li still put on the style of a master and exhorted him with a look of regret on his face. I am a dignified Taishanman. Am I not ruined in the hands of a junior in the Jidan stage? This was because he thought of Yang Lan again, so Sect Master Li would have such a feeling. Yang Chen was also stunned. He hadn't heard from Yang Lan for a long time. He didn't know how this guy was doing in the Zhao family. Of course, Yang Chen didn't care about whether Yang Lan was used to living or not. He just wanted to know what would happen to this guy in the future and how to capture this guy again. However, Sect Master Li's words did alert Yang Chen. A small character may not be unable to do big things. He couldn't make such a mistake. In addition, if Master is willing, you can unite with other super sect to set up the Zhao family. Yang Chen regained his calm mind and continued to suggest, "If you don't want to, just pretend that this disciple didn't say anything. Only the disciple and master know about the refining heart pill. Chunyang Palace at most knows that it is not this disciple who took out the pill recipe. Everything is up to master to decide." These words were a bit harsh. If someone else gave such a suggestion to Sect Master Li must suspect that he was up to no good and wanted to destroy the hard-won situation of great unity of the super sect. But Yang Qin said so, that was another matter. Great unity was great unity, as long as there was a belonging. Naturally, it was for the sake of his own sect, for the interests of his own sect. Sometimes it was necessary to lose some of the interests of other sect. This was an inevitable thing. "I know what to do." Yang Chen's words, even if he didn't say it, Sect Master Li would have his own plans. But Yang Chen said it, that was, he didn't hide it in front of the elders, for the sake of the sect. In short, in the eyes of those who were right, whatever they did was right. Now Elder Li felt this way about Yang Chen. At this point, Yang Chen's purpose of coming to see Sect Master Li had been fully achieved, and it was almost time to leave. After all, Yang Chen still came here under the guise of semi-secluded cultivation. If he didn't appear for a long time, it might arouse suspicion. Sect Master Li brought a few medicine gardens with him and generously gave them all to Yang Chen. These were the treasures of the Xiantian sect. For his disciple, Yang Chen, Sect Master Li was still generous. Moreover, giving more medicinal materials to Yang Chen would help Yang Chen improve his level of alchemy, and it would also be of extraordinary help to Sect Master Li. Needless to say, from this matter, it could be seen what benefits Yang Chen's high level of alchemy would bring to the Xiantian sect. Of course, Yang Chen respectfully accepted it with a smile. He didn't dare to refuse the gift of an elder. Satisfied, he rushed back to Chunyang Palace with a large reward to continue his cultivation. Now that Sect Master Li had been notified, he believed that Sect Master Li would definitely take advantage of this excellent opportunity to make waves. Otherwise, he would be sorry for Yang Chen's painstaking efforts. As the sect master of the Xiantian sect, he would definitely consider the interests of the Xiantian sect. This was what Yang Chen had calculated. Therefore, in this matter, the Xiantian sect would definitely be in the limelight, and it would also make the other sect pay a certain price. At the same time, it could also attack the Zhao family. Sect Master Li had such means. Unfortunately, Sect Master Li definitely didn't realize that while the Xiantian sect gained great benefits and fame, it would also make the Zhao family and other sect dissatisfied with the Xiantian sect. Chapter 2009. Yang Chen didn't have to worry about the follow-up. Everything was left to Sect Master Li. If the dignified sect master of the mysterious heaven sect knew about the conspiracy of the heart-refining pill and still couldn't take advantage of it to maximize his own benefits, then this sect master was really incompetent. Obviously, Sect Master Li was definitely a competent sect master now. After secretly returning to the sect as Lu Xiang, Yang Chen once again entered the Dragon Palace to continue to cultivate and absorb the fire seed. Now Yang Chen's speed of absorbing the fire seed was getting faster and faster, and the women were also getting more and more nourished. The reason why Yang Chen dared to guarantee to Sect Master Li that he could refine the heart-refining pill was that after the popularity of the heart-refining pill in his previous life, about 800 or 900 years after the popularity of the heart-refining pill, after careful research by a group of alchemists in the Pill Cauldron sect, they first refined a pill that could temporarily replace the heart-refining pill. The effect was not as good as the heart-refining pill, and it could only provide some simulated feeling, but it could allow cultivators to rely on this pill, called the heart-healing pill, to survive when their addiction flared up. Many people understood that as long as they could endure the addiction once, the next time the addiction would be slightly reduced. After continuously relying on this heart-healing pill to survive multiple attacks, the physiological addiction would basically be able to be abstinent. Then, cultivators needed to rely on their own strong willpower to forcibly quit the psychological addiction. Generally speaking, those who were addicted to the heart-refining pill belonged to those whose will was not completely firm and had poor self-discipline. It was difficult for them to rely on their own willpower to do this. The masters of the mysterious heaven sect were all acting under orders. So they might be better, but it was difficult to guarantee that there would be masters with slack minds. In response to this, there was later a guy with a mediocre cultivation base who also liked to research and tinker with some strange tricks. He created a rather useless cultivation method and named it the free and unfettered technique. The reason why the free and unfettered technique was said to be useless was for cultivation. This kind of cultivation method would not increase the cultivator's spiritual power by a bit, nor would it increase the cultivator's spiritual sense by a bit. Its only use was to give the cultivator a kind of carefree feeling similar to the heart-refining pill during cultivation. In fact, the creator of the unfettered secret art had felt good after consuming the heart-tempering pill. He didn't have much ability to refine pills, and his relationship with others wasn't that good. Every time he went to other alchemists to buy pills, he would be cheated. That was why he was so determined to create a cultivation method based on that feeling. He didn't expect that he would accidentally create the carefree art. This kind of cultivation technique had the same effect as the heart-refining pill, but it didn't have the side effect of being addicted to the unique medicinal aura of the heart-refining pill. The only downside was that it wasted a bit of cultivation time. Cultivators didn't care about this at all. Unless they were at the end of their lifespan and needed to make a breakthrough, no one would cultivate continuously for no reason. Practicing the carefree art was just a way to relieve boredom. With the heart-healing pill and the carefree art, the harm of the heart-refining pill was finally completely eliminated. Yang Qin had the recipe of the heart-healing pill, and Yang Qin also remembered the method of the carefree art. So when the time came, he could easily help those who were addicted to solve their problems. Yang Qin didn't pay much attention to the matter of the heart-refining pill. He focused on cultivation, but the outside world was in chaos because of the heart-refining pill. Although Yang Qin had made it clear through Chunyang Palace that he had nothing to do with the heart-refining pill, the cultivators who would really pay attention to this news, except for the higher-ups of the major sect. Other cultivators didn't care much about it. A kind of pill that had nothing to do with life and death. After many alchemists studied it, there was no problem. After taking it, not only could one not be attacked by crazy monsters, but one could also get a kind of cultivation pleasure. In particular, this pill was easy to refine. Almost any alchemist could refine it. Where else could one find such a good thing? How many people had cultivated for thousands of years and practiced one or a few methods every day? Even immortals would get tired of it. But there was no way. In order to not let their spiritual power be mixed up, they could only practice these limited methods from beginning to end. Even if there were different levels of methods that were inherited from the same source, they were still the same. There were so many core things, and everyone would get tired of it. All cultivators had one or more hobbies. Just like Shi Shanshan liked the tea ceremony and Sun Qingxue liked wine. It was to find a channel to relieve this boring and lonely feeling. But just like cultivation, sometimes people would get tired of their hobbies. The sudden appearance of the heart-refining pill satisfied the emptiness and boredom of this part of the cultivators. More importantly, the heart-refining pill made people not worry about the attacks of crazy monsters. Even if the Zhao family released a large number of monsters in front of them now, it seemed that they didn't have to worry about being attacked by them. This was not a fantasy, but it had been clearly proved by someone. A few extremely daring guys had broken into the trial ground with a batch of heart-refining pills that they had refined themselves. They were merely peak Earth immortals, but they had actually lived safe and sound for 2 months and brought out a lot of demon carcasses. Although they were only Earth immortal and early sky immortal demon carcasses, it was enough to make many people jealous. After more people entered the trial ground and personally verified that taking the heart-refining pill really wouldn't cause them to be attacked by demon beasts, The momentum of their pursuit of the heart-refining pill was already somewhat uncontrollable. It wasn't that no one had mentioned the great devil tribulation in the mortal world, but this time was different from the last. The great tribulation of devil arts required the kind of materials that Lin Chang and the old devil had refined themselves, but the heart refinement pill wasn't. Any alchemist would be able to refine it, and the herbs used and the refining techniques used were all ordinary, so there wasn't the slightest problem. Could it be that something would happen to the things they refined themselves? Many cultivators didn't believe it. The people of Chunyang Palace wouldn't touch it even if they were beaten to death. Some of the more experienced cultivators also knew how to judge the situation, and whether it was useful or not, they would wait and see first. But there would never be a shortage of cultivators who liked to take risks and seek riches amidst danger. These guys coveted the rewards of entering the trial ground safely, and at the same time liked the cultivation efficiency after taking the elixir. Driven by these two benefits, they laughed at the stubbornness of the cultivators who were waiting to see the situation, and enjoyed the benefits of taking the heart-refining pill. Master Yang of Chunying Palace has never said that he created this elixir recipe. Someone tried to dissuade them. It had to be said that Master Yang Chen was now regarded as an authority in the spiritual world when it came to refining elixirs. So what? The cultivators who had taken the elixir retorted, Master Yang is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. He doesn't covet other people's reputation, which is a very good person. But he has never said that there is a problem with taking the heart-refining pill, right? Chapter 2010. Yang Chen's reputation in alchemy was admired by the vast majority of cultivators. At such a young age, he had only ascended for a few years, yet he was already a 6th-grade alchemist. Whether it was in the mortal world or the spiritual realm, everyone was convinced. He didn't admit that the pill recipe was his, which made everyone admire him. If it was any other alchemist with such a huge reputation in front of them, who would easily let it go. Only Grandmaster Yang would have such a breadth of mind. Of course, this didn't rule out the possibility that this pill was too simple and didn't meet Grandmaster Yang's requirements for alchemy. However, it was precisely because of this that Yang Qin didn't say that there was a problem with the heart-refining pill. This became the best evidence to convince those cultivators who had doubts. Yes, even Grandmaster Yang didn't say anything. Didn't that mean that there was no problem with the pill itself? What else was there to say? As a result, those who insisted on taking the pill continued to take it, and those who didn't began to waver. The real straw that broke the camel's back was the mysterious Heaven sect. As the #1 sect in the world, even without the help of the mortal world, it was still the #1 sect in the world. Its foundation was not something that any small sect could compare to. The heart-refining pill was now so famous, and it was closely related to the task of destroying the Zhao family. How could the mysterious Heaven sect not research it? The mysterious Heaven sect's top alchemists were all famous 7th-grade alchemists. After 2 years of research and experimentation, they finally determined that there was no problem with the heart-refining pill. Of course, this wasn't something that the mysterious Heaven sect announced to the public. Instead, some busybodies had inquired about it. The mysterious Heaven sect had never officially said this. Despite this, the mysterious Heaven sect's higher-ups issued an incredible ban. Before the mysterious Heaven sect's disciples reached the mid-stage of the Heaven Immortal realm, they couldn't casually take the heart-refining pill. The mysterious Heaven sect was very dignified. This heart-tempering pill could give people a sense of joy while cultivating. It would cause cultivators with low cultivation levels to become dependent on it and forget that the foundation of their cultivation was still cultivation itself. Only disciples who had reached a certain level of cultivation and had strong self-discipline and cultivation willpower would not be affected by the heart-refining pill and be able to take it without worry. This reason was a little untenable. It said that it would create dependence, but it was also a possibility. There was no hard reason to convince others. The disciples of the mysterious heaven sect could only obey the sect rules. But the people of other sects didn't need to care about this rule, right? No matter how tyrannical the profound heaven sect was, could they really control what pills others took? To put it bluntly, according to the mysterious heaven sect's theory, wouldn't the strong stay strong and the weak get weaker? If there really was a problem, the profound heaven sect wouldn't have sent so many heaven immortals and mystic immortals to the trial grounds. Could it be that the demonic beasts that had gone berserk had changed and stopped attacking the experts of the mysterious heaven sect? Wasn't it because he had taken the heart-refining pill? There were many cultivators who were secretly dissatisfied with the mysterious heaven sect. So how could they care so much? When they saw the experts of the mysterious heaven sect enter the trial ground, they could no longer hold themselves back. They swallowed the heart-refining pill and rushed in. As for the rumor in the spiritual realm that Chunyang Palace was not allowed to touch the heart-refining pill, it had long been forgotten by those who were blinded by greed. Chunyang Palace had always been conservative. Didn't they always get the first one in the mortal world? In addition to the mysterious heaven sect, the higher-ups of the other super sect were also very secretive about this. No one knew what they thought about this pill, but it was an indisputable fact that every sect had sent experts to the trial ground. From that time on, there was a trend of taking the heart-refining pill in the spiritual realm. Even cultivators who didn't enter the trial grounds would take a pill before they started cultivating. It would make their body and mind happy while cultivating. Whether it was in terms of mood or cultivation, it would be several times better than if they didn't take the pill. What else was there to say? The alchemists of the spiritual realm also started a trend of refining the heart-refining pill. Not every cultivator was an alchemist, so the heart-refining pill was very popular. In order to compete, some people had already refined the second revolution, third revolution, and fourth revolution heart-refining pill. The highest one had even reached the seventh revolution. Now, except for some poor people who could only use the first and second revolution heart-refining pill, as long as they had a little bit of wealth, they would definitely start with the fourth revolution heart-refining pill. They would be too embarrassed to greet others with the third revolution heart-refining pill. With the help of the heart-refining pill, the experts were indeed like fish in water in the trial ground. They were even able to enter the core area that they had never dared to easily set foot in before. Some experts of the super sect had entered together and had already obtained gains that they had never imagined before. It was enough to make people salivate. In addition to the mysterious heaven sect, the higher-ups of the major sect were actually puzzled. Yangqin had already vaguely reminded them, and even the rules of Chunyang Palace had made it clear that Yangqin was not optimistic about the heart-refining pill. However, the actions of the mysterious heaven sect made everyone puzzled. On the one hand, they restricted the younger disciples to take the pill. On the other hand, they allowed a large number of top experts to take the heart-refining pill to enter the trial ground. It was really incomprehensible. In any case, they couldn't let the mysterious heaven sect monopolize this matter. High-level alchemists from all sides had studied the heart-refining pill and found no problems. Since it was fine for the experts of the mysterious heaven sect to take the pill, everyone followed the mysterious heaven sect's practice for the time being and only allowed experts at the mysterious immortal level to enter the trial ground. Of course, they didn't forget to hold back. After all, they were all mysterious immortal experts. Even if they didn't take the heart-refining pill and entered the trial ground together, even if they couldn't advance, they would still be able to protect themselves. There was no need to worry too much. All the major sect had sent mysterious immortal experts to enter the trial ground. The other big and small sect followed suit. As long as they felt that their cultivation was enough, they would all take the heart-refining pill and enter the trial ground without hesitation. They didn't dare to say that they could explore the core secret of the trial ground. But if they could kill a few more mysterious immortal-level demonic beasts, it would be a great harvest. When it became a trend to take the heart-refining pill and enter the trial ground, Yang Chen received a very unexpected news in Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen, who returned to Chunyang Palace, devoted himself to cultivation. In a few years, he absorbed dozens of kinds of fire seeds, so that his cultivation base went further and reached the realm of the 6th grade of the human immortal. In a happy mood, he just said that he wanted to enter the world of the mountain river geographical map with the women for a while, and then he received a message from the palace master, a disciple of the human immortal level of the Chunyang Palace, who was outside the trial ground, returned to the sect and said that he had something important to report. After the palace master received him, he learned that this disciple had accidentally obtained the whereabouts of Yanglan. In recent years, the mysterious Heaven sect had blamed the destruction of the Taishaman in the mortal world on Yanglan, and it was publicized everywhere in the spiritual world. After the disciple of the Chunyang Palace heard the news, he did not dare to neglect it. He immediately rushed back to the Chunyang Palace and reported to the palace master. The palace master also felt that this was a big matter and quickly called Yang Chen to discuss it. Chapter 2011. Yang Lan was the enemy of Yang Chen. Others were not clear, but the head of the palace was generally clear. Of course, Wang Yong was also a sensible person. As for the other elders, although they knew that Yang Lan was a person and knew the evil of Yang Lan, they were not very clear about the relationship between Yang Chen and Yang Lan. According to reason, the whereabouts of Yang Lan were the most concerned about in the Shantian sect, and the disposal of Yang Lan was also the business of the Shantian sect. There was no other reason. Yang Lan was a mortal Taishaman, and it was the rule of the sect to dispose of Yang Lan. If outsiders intervened, privately they could help, but if they wanted to usurp the host, that was the road to death. Therefore, the head of the palace only let Wang Yong and Yang Chen be present, and no one else was informed. Even among Yang Chen's wives and concubines, only Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Zhou Xianying were present. The others were not disciples of the Chunyang Palace, and naturally did not have the qualifications to participate in the Chunyang Palace. In fact, everyone present did not really know the hatred between Yang Chen and Yang Lan. In this life, Yang Lan's persecution of Yang Chen was not as fierce as in the previous life. At most, he said a few bad words about Yang Chen in front of the young master of the Taishaman sect, and it had not yet achieved the effect. However, who knew that Gao Yu committed suicide for this reason, and Chunyang Palace was also destroyed because of Yang Lan. The disciple who discovered the whereabouts of Yang Lan was called Yun Hao, who followed Zhou Xianying to Chunyang Palace. His cultivation base was not very high, still in the realm of the 3rd grade human immortal. This time he went out to experience. Because his cultivation base was low, he did not dare to go to those dangerous places. He could only look for opportunities in the areas that had been recovered. Very accidentally, in a small market opened by a small sect, Yun Hao heard a few people's words when he was resting. Some of them called him Brother Yang. Originally, he didn't care much. He didn't expect that in the conversation of those people, they suddenly revealed that the name of Brother Yang was Shangyang and Shashi. Yun Hao immediately became alert. Although Yun Hao's cultivation level was low, his horizons were broad, and there was nothing in the spiritual realm that he didn't know. If it was an ordinary person, this guy would be the king of gossip. His favorite thing to do every day was to pay attention to these unrelated things. Perhaps this was his way of dispelling the troubles of cultivation, but it was also destined to let him know things that many people did not care about. Although hundreds of years have passed since Yang Lan's incident, the profound Heaven sect's reward has always been effective. Yun Hao immediately stayed where he was without batting an eyelid. He looked like he was resting, but he was actually listening attentively. As he listened, he immediately made a discovery. Yang Lan was actually hiding in this small sect. And this small sect didn't reveal itself on ordinary days, but it was also in line with the characteristics of low-key hiding. After listening a little more, Yun Hao got up and left. Before he left, he glanced at them. Among the people who spoke, Yang Lan looked middle-aged, but his figure was in line with the mysterious Heaven sect's bounty. With a plan in mind, he left without a trace, and then quickly rushed back to Chunyang Palace and reported to the palace master. After listening to Yun Hao's description, Yang Lan was actually hiding in a small sect in a remote location, not in the core of the Zhao family. This made Yang Qin a little surprised. The last time the Zhao family killed all the masters of the mysterious heaven sect, who were resurrected by the dwelling god Jade, they also rescued Yang Lan. Was it not for the sake of getting some secrets of the mysterious heaven sect from Yang Lan's mouth? It was purely to attack the prestige of the mysterious heaven sect. So they threw Yang Lan to a small place to retire? This was possible. If they wanted to know the secrets of the mysterious heaven sect, whether it was Xue Fei who had entered the core high level or hall master, Zhu of the medicinal hall, they knew much more than Yang Lan. There was no need to care about a small character. In other words, they might have saved Yang Lan to shame the Shantian sect, not for anything else. What the palace master was thinking about now was how to deal with Yang Qin. It was a choice to tell the whereabouts of Yang Lan to the mysterious heaven sect, and it was also a choice to capture him in Chunyang Palace. It depended on how Yang Qin chose. Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Zhou Xining must also look at Yang Chen's intention. What he wanted to do, the three women would certainly have no objection. Yang Chen was frowning. Did the Zhao family do such a big thing with great fanfare just to hit the reputation of the mysterious heaven sect? In terms of hitting the reputation, killing so many reborn masters was enough to make the reputation of the mysterious heaven sect go down the drain and suffer heavy losses. Saving a half-dead Yang Lan, was it really so important that they would risk the loss of a few masters? From the past behavior of the Zhao family was by no means a fool, so the Zhao family's move must have a deep meaning. Yang Chen's brain turned quickly. What did they want from Yang Lan? Was it Yang Lan's means to destroy the Taishanmen, or something else? What did Yang Lan have? Yang Qin quickly recalled. Since the mysterious heaven sect began to deal with Yang Lan, Yang Qin no longer put Yang Lan in his heart. The reason why Yang Lan did not die was to let him taste the taste of Yang Chen's previous life where he could not live and could not die. Suddenly hearing the news of Yang Lan, he had to think carefully about what he did in the past. Yang Lan was able to do whatever he wanted in the Taishanmen because the young sect master favored his sister, Yang Lan. Then the young sect master cultivated the Great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra under the design of Yang Qin. Taking the opportunity to find a furnace for the young sect master, Yang Lan used his official position for personal gain and also cultivated the Great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra. Yes, the Great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra. Yang Qin almost instantly understood something, and the way he looked at Yin Hao was a little different. At that time, Yang Lan was only a Jedon stage cultivator, but he could rely on the Great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra to control the master of the Taishanmen Supreme human immortal level. He also let the master not know that under Yang Lan's control, he opened the formation plate of the demonic seal formation, leading to the destruction of the Taishanmen. It could be said that the Taishanmen had a hand in Yang Lan's Great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra. After ascending to the spiritual world, Yang Lan also took various opportunities to use the Great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra to control many disciples of the mysterious heaven sect. Unfortunately, after Yang Chen's advice, he was seen through by the high-level members of the mysterious heaven sect and his whole cultivation base was abolished. According to reason, it was impossible for Yang Lan to make any progress, but the Zhao family had their own means. Regardless of whether what Yun Hao said was true or false, Yang Lan had recovered part of his cultivation base and became a cultivator. The biggest possibility was that Yun Hao, a disciple with insufficient cultivation base, had been controlled by Yang Lan with the Great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra. Yang Lan's goal, needless to say, must be himself. This narrow-minded guy would never allow himself to live better than him. As if to confirm Yang Chen's guess, when Yang Chen's eyes looked at Yun Hao again, Yun Hao suddenly stood up. Both the head of the palace and Wang Yong frowned. Wasn't Yun Hao's behavior too rude? However, the more rude thing was still behind. Yun, Hao actually launched an attack at the same time as he got up. Chapter 2012. Yuan Hao's cultivation was just a third-grade human immortal. Anyone here was far beyond his cultivation, so almost no one would guard against a sudden attack. This was the important place of Chunyang Palace, not to mention bringing an immortal's cave magic weapon to enter here. Even entering the mountain gate must be reported. Since the Battle of the Three River Alliance, all the sect were afraid that their own mountain gate would be occupied by a master who suddenly appeared, so they had to check carefully before entering the mountain gate. Only Yang Chen's identity would not be questioned. In other words, the disciple standing here, Yuan Hao, was really a third-grade human immortal cultivator, and there was really no need to guard against him. However, the accident happened suddenly, and it was not Yuan Hao's flying sword that launched the attack, but a long vine whip. As soon as he made his move, everyone noticed that something was wrong. This vine whip could not be refined by Yuan Hao at all. It not only had its own array, but it was also extraordinarily powerful. Even Zhou Xianying, a master of the Heaven Immortal level, was greatly threatened. The array on the vine whip was activated at the moment of the attack. To be more precise, it began to activate at the moment when Yuan Hao's spiritual awareness was activated. As soon as the array was activated, this small area was immediately closed, not to mention the movement of fighting. It was feared that even a little spiritual awareness could not be sent out. Yang Chen had experienced it once, and this array was too familiar. The dragon trap array could not even get rid of the dragon puppet in the middle golden immortal stage, let alone the 3 men and 3 women present. Although Yang Chen had the experience of breaking the dragon trap array, it was in the absence of external interference. Now, not only was he trapped by the dragon trap array, but the vine whip was also attacking. Even if Yang Chen was a great principal golden immortal, he would not be able to escape. On the surface, this vine whip was very ordinary, but when it was in their hands, everyone was surprised. The vine whip seemed to be alive, directly turned into a vine dragon, hovering and flying around everyone. In just a moment, the palace master and Wang Yong were entangled. Then Gao Yu and Gong Sunling followed suit, followed by Yang Chen, and finally, even Zhou Xianying, who was at the Sky Immortal level, was entangled and unable to move. The world-famous Heavenly Phoenix zither could not even finish playing one song. After half an hour, the 6 people of Chunyang Palace were tied up by a vine whip and rolled on the ground. At this time, Yuan Hao, who was dizzy from Zhou Xianying's music, slowly recovered. He struggled to stand up and walked in front of everyone. Everyone could see that Yuan Hao's gaze was completely different from before. Although he still looked like Yuan Hao, everyone felt as if he had become another person. Yang Lan. Yang Chen was the first to speak. Looking into Yuan Hao's eyes, he asked in surprise, "You've actually cultivated the great boundless demon Heart Sutra to this level." "Humph, it's all thanks to the Black Heaven sect." Yuan Hao opened his mouth to speak, but his voice was completely different. "If it wasn't for their torture, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend the true meaning of freedom. Yang Chen, what do you think of this puppet I control?" As he spoke, Yuan Hao stretched out his hands and turned in a circle in front of everyone so that everyone could see it more clearly. Yang Chen lay on the ground and struggled for a while, but the vine whip tightened a little. No matter how hard Yang Chen struggled, he couldn't break free from the binding of the vine whip. "Don't bother." Puppet Yuan Hao looked down at the struggling people and smiled slightly. "This is a combination of dragon entangling grass and a super strong demon-eating vine. It was refined by a golden immortal master. Not to mention you, even if there were 3 more dragon masters, they wouldn't be able to break free." Happily looking at the embarrassment of Yang Chen and others, Puppet Yuan Hao smiled proudly and said, "Besides, apart from the dragon puppet, where are the 3 dragon masters in Chunyang Palace?" The implication was that he was clear about the current situation in Chunyang Palace. How far can the method of the Great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra allow you to control a puppet? Yang Chen no longer struggled and asked, lying quietly on the ground. What Puppet Yin Hao didn't notice was that from the beginning to the present, only Yang Qin was talking. Everyone else was lying quietly, struggling a little and not interrupting Yang Chen's conversation with him. This situation itself was abnormal, but Puppet Yin Hao, or his controller, Yang Lan, was so proud that he didn't notice this at all. It's not far, but with the help of a master's formation, it can be easily controlled from thousands of miles away. Yang Lan smiled proudly through Yin Hao's mouth. You want to find me? Don't be delusional. Yang Lan's Great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra had indeed made great progress. After the torture of the Black Heaven sect, all his cultivation was abolished. Originally, Yang Lan was completely desperate. But at this time, the master of the Zhao family appeared in front of him like an angel and took him to a mysterious place. A master that he didn't dare to think about appeared in front of him. After some treatment, not only did his abolished cultivation base regain its foundation, but his state of mind also changed dramatically. Usually, after the process of breaking and building, something will have a qualitative leap. Yang Chen's cultivation base was like this, and so was Yang Lan's Great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra. Under the torture of the Black Heaven sect, it helped Yang Lan. The Zhao family is not bad to you. Yang Qin seemed to have accepted his fate, lying on the ground staring at Yin Hao and talking to Yang Lan. Even this magic weapon is willing to be given to you. Yang Chen was talking about the vine whip. Yang Chen had seen the dragon entangling grass, and Yang Chen was no stranger to the demon-eating vine. It was clearly the demon-eating vine on the demon continent. However, the demon-eating vine that refined this vine whip was many times stronger than the ultimate demon-eating vine in the core of the demon continent. In terms of the cultivation base at the time of collection, the ultimate demon-eating vine was only at the 2nd grade of the Earth Immortal, and the demon-eating vine on this vine whip was at least at the Xian Immortal level. Not only the demon-eating vine, but also the dragon entangling grass. Compared with the one that Yang Chen personally planted back then, it was several streets stronger. At first glance, it was a treasure that was no less than tens of thousands of years old. Even elder sister Ao Lan would have a headache if she encountered it. That's because I can let them destroy the Black Heaven sect. Yang Lan didn't hide his pride at this moment. After speaking, he glanced at Yang Chen with contempt. Don't think about delaying time until the Morong sisters come to save you. They can't find it at all. Even if they come, they can't defeat this dragon whip. Just give up. I have been thinking about you all these years. Yang Lan's tone finally carried a kind of jealousy, and Yun Hao's face showed a hideous expression. I originally wanted you to see how I destroyed the Black Heaven sect, but then I couldn't help it. I killed you first, destroyed your Chunying palace, and then went to the Black Heaven sect to settle accounts. Chapter 2013. Yun Hao said excitedly, but everyone could see from his figure that the figure hidden in the dark standing behind him was also talking excitedly. Hearing that Yang, she couldn't wait to kill Yang Qin. Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Zhou Xianying were all anxious and twisted and struggled wildly. Gao Yu even opened her cherry mouth and began to bite the vine whip that wrapped around her body and made her unable to move. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Gao Yu tried, the vine whip did not move. The women watched as Yun Hao slowly approached Yang Qin step by step, but they were powerless and were so anxious that they almost cried out. At this moment, Yun Hao seemed to have incarnated into Yang Lan. His eyes shot out a kind of playful look with a cat playing with a mouse. He appreciated the death of the Yang family. His face was filled with an expression of happiness and enjoyment. It seemed to be very enjoyable. Yang Qin didn't speak, but his eyes stared at Yun Hao without any struggle. It seemed that he had accepted the fate of being killed by Yang Shi. This calmness made Yang Shi very uncomfortable. Originally, he wanted to appreciate the ugliness of Yang Qin crying and begging for mercy, but he didn't see it. Yang Chen's eyes couldn't see fear and despair. This was not the same as the script he had expected. The feeling of being out of his own control simply made Yang Shi crazy. However, Yang Shi was Yang Shi. Since he could still survive like a cockroach under the torture of the Shantian sect, what was this little setback? Moreover, how could this be considered a setback? At most, it was just a little dissatisfaction. Compared to his grand plan of revenge, this little dissatisfaction wouldn't even make him feel uncomfortable. Sure enough, you are from my Yang family, calm in the face of danger. As soon as Yang Shi opened his mouth, he associated Yang Chen's calmness with his family. He never thought that Yang Chen's Yang family and his Yang family were not the same thing at all. But at this time, no one would care about this. Everyone only thought about how to get out of this dilemma. It would be a pity to kill someone from the Yang clan. Yang Chen sighed proudly. He stared at Yang Chen's body, lying on the ground like he was staring at an ant. He shook his head and said, I suddenly have a better idea. I believe that Master Yang Chen, you will like it. I'm sure Grandmaster Yang knows the power of the great unrestrained demon heart sutra better than I do. Yun Hao approached with a smile, but Yang Lan's proud gaze flickered in his eyes. A few hundred years ago, I secretly controlled a few celestial immortal experts of the profound heaven sect. Now that Master Yang is only a 6th-stage human immortal, I think it won't be too difficult to control him. As soon as Yin Hao finished speaking, Yang Chen's expression changed. Not only Yang Chen, but even the head of the palace and Wang Yong were shocked. As a cultivator, trapped in this kind of situation, everyone seems to have the plan to die, but if they were really controlled by Yang Lan, then it would be better to die than to live. Who knows to what extent this family would ruin the reputation of Yang Chen and Chunying Palace. Everyone was not afraid of death, but they were afraid of losing their reputation. Why? Yang Chen suddenly opened his mouth again and asked Yang Lan another question. Why does the Zhao family allow you to do this? Even if the government kills people, there is a reason to let the death row prisoners die. You have to let me die knowing the reason, right? You really admit that you are not as good as me, right? When Yang Lan heard Yang Chen's words, he immediately became happy, and his whole person became in high spirits. It was just that he expressed such an expression through Yun Hao, which was creepy. The reason why Yang Lan hated Yang Chen was that Yang Chen had a better life than Yang Lan. He couldn't see a tenant farmer's son surpass his own grandson of the Yang family. Although Yang Chen didn't just say it, he had already expressed the attitude of admitting that he was inferior to him. This made him happier than Yang Lan's great unrestrained demon heart sutra. Fine, as you wish. I'll take this as a farewell meal for you before you die. Yang Lan easily pulled the chair that the head of the palace had just sat on and sat down slowly. Yang Chen was about to be controlled by his own great unrestrained demon heart sutra, which meant that the former Yang Chen would no longer exist. What existed would be a puppet of Yang Lan that even he himself would not know. This was no different from death. It was not bad to say that he was going to be beheaded. Yes, the Zhao family saved me, and even a master restored my cultivation. Yang Lan began to triumphantly tell his experience during this time. The Zhao family was interested in Yang Lan after the Shantian sect announced that the Zhao family was the culprit of the destruction of the Taishmen in the mortal world. They didn't know what happened in the mortal world to make the Shantian sect think so. The only one who knew this was Yang Lan, who was tortured by the Shantian sect. This was why they saved Yang Lan. Yang Lan was very smart. There was no doubt about this. If the Zhao family wanted Yang Lan to speak, they had to try their best to cure Yang Lan. Otherwise, Yang Lan knew that he was already a waste. Naturally, he only wanted to die quickly. How could he tell the Zhao family everything? Of course, this was an illusion made by Yang Lan, but because of this, the Zhao family had to use a master to restore Yang Lan's cultivation. In the process of treatment, Yang Lan had thoroughly thought of an idea that could be accepted by the Zhao family. Speaking of Yang Lan and Yang Chen, it was really the same. The plot he made up was almost the same as Yang Chen's. It was just that the pro-disciple of the Taishmen sect master in Yang Chen's mouth became the pro-disciple of the Zhao family master in the mortal world. In the past, Yang Chen sold a complete set of the Zhao family's classics. Yang Lan was a person with a good heart. He had studied it carefully and understood the situation of the Zhao family very well. The situation that he said was very consistent, and no one in the Zhao family doubted it. Almost the same as Yang Chen's experience, Yang Lan became a senior spy sent by the Zhao family. He endured humiliation and gained the trust of Li Liheng, the young master of the Taishimen sect. For the great cause of the Zhao family and revenge for the Zhao family, Yang Lan really endured hardships, and even his only sister was sacrificed to let the young sect master spoil her. Finally, he lured the young sect master to cultivate the great Devil Heart Sutra. Yang Lan was proficient in how to make people trust him. 9 truths were mixed with a lie, and he even used the name of Yang Qin. Many people knew that Yang Qin treated the young master of the Taishimen sect, Li Liheng. Yang Lan concealed the cross-border spiritual awareness cultivation method, but attributed the problem of Li Liheng's spiritual awareness to himself. In short, he desperately shaped himself into an image of a disciple who worked hard for the Zhao family. In the end, Yang Lan succeeded in making the Zhao family believe him. Chapter 2014. Next, the Zhao family began to fight back. After the defeat of the Three River Alliance battle and the loss of millions of disciples of the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, and the 10,000 Demon sect, the Zhao family almost fell into madness. Then, the Zhao family brought the crazy monsters everywhere for revenge. Yang Lan succeeded in making the Zhao family realize the importance of Yangqin. This was also the case, and they sent masters to destroy Chunying Palace and kill Yangqin. Unfortunately, their luck was bad. They encountered 3 masters of the Dragon Clan in Chunying Palace, and the masters and monsters sent were all annihilated. New hatred and old hatred. The Zhao family gnashed their teeth against Yangqin. Therefore, there was the subsequent emergence of the heart-refining pill in the name of Yangqin. It was planned that after the conspiracy of the heart-refining pill was completed, even if Yangqin did not die, he would become the public enemy of the cultivators and would be killed. Unfortunately, some people in the Zhao family did not understand Yangqin at all, and they did not understand Yangqin's pride. Not to mention that Yangqin knew the conspiracy of the heart-refining pill. Even if he did not know, he would not pretend to have this kind of reputation. It's all thanks to you that some proud fellows of the Zhao clan lost to me. Yang Lan finished talking about the cause and effect and said with a smile, "So, how to deal with you now? I have the final say. Are you satisfied after listening to this? You won't kill me right away?" Yangqin also seemed to understand that Yang Lan would not kill him right away, so he was not afraid at all. At least Yang Lan thought so. "Of course, you have such a good reputation. How can I be willing to let you die?" Yang Lan smiled again. "Even if I hate that I can't let you die right away, you have to die with some value, right?" "What value?" Yangqin asked calmly. He was not afraid that Yang Lan would not say it. Now Yang Lan was more obedient than the most obedient prisoner. He answered whatever he was asked. "I think you also see that there must be a problem with the heart-refining pill. Otherwise, you would not let Chunying Palace, not touch it." Yang Lan, as Yangqin expected, quickly replied, "Yes, there is a problem with the refining heart pill. Those idiots from the Zhao family thought that as long as they used your name, many people would believe them and it would quickly become popular. They've always been hiding in the shadows and feel that they've long since been able to control the situation of the world. Yet they're completely unaware that they're the frogs at the bottom of the well. Do you really think that a mere heart-refining pill can deceive all the major sect and wipe out a large number of mystic immortal experts from each sect?" Yang Lan was very disdainful of the people of the Zhao family. They think that all the major sect are fools. When they find that the refining heart pill is a little useful, they will desperately like it. I believe they will soon taste the consequences of their actions. Do you believe me? I do. On this point, Yang Qin and Yang Lan's views were absolutely the same. Even without Yang Chen's reminder, the major sect had already experienced a demonic tribulation in the mortal world. Even if the same trick was changed, it might not be able to deceive the people of the major sect. The Zhao family really thought that the major sect was so simple, and they were doomed to fail miserably. Look, even you can understand this truth, but those idiots from the Zhao family just don't understand. Yuan Hao said this very helplessly, and then his expression changed. But soon they will understand all this, and then they will find out how wise I am to have already reminded them of this. The Xiantian sect treated me like this, so I naturally have to take revenge. Yang Lan said it very easily and calmly. Since I can destroy the Taishaman in the mortal world, I can also destroy the Xiantian sect in the spiritual world. Of course, you, the alchemy master, are indispensable to help. The major sect now believes in you more than they believe in their own alchemy masters. Maybe some things can be arranged through you. At this point, Yang Lan's purpose had been clearly revealed, and it was naked in front of Yang Qin. He now wanted to control Yang Qin through the Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra, and even wanted to control the entire Chunying Palace, and then use the power of the Zhao family to destroy the Xiantian sect. In a way, Yang Lan's purpose was the same as Yang Chen's. I will not make the previous mistake of trying to control everyone around me. Yang Lan's voice came out of Yuan Hao's mouth. I will only control the most critical few big figures that all the cultivators will not think of and will not test, such as you, Master Yang. I believe that you will help me firmly control the entire Chunying Palace. Yuan Hao had squatted down, and his right hand was also extended to Yang Chen's forehead, but his face was facing the head of the palace and Gao Yu, whose eyes were spewing fire, and he said with a smile, "Don't worry, when I control Yang Chen, he will erase your memory. You will not remember that I have been here. On the contrary, Yang Chen, you will make a great contribution and expose the identity of this puppet spy. This newly refined dragon snaring lasso is a gift for you." Yang Lan smiled very happily. "When necessary, you will suddenly capture the 2 masters of the dragon clan who helped you and send them to me. And then let your Morong concubines send the dragon puppets to me. I will be very happy to accept the gift you will give me at that time. With them, even if I want to control the Zhao family, it is not difficult, is it?" As he spoke, Yang Lan had already begun to move. The restriction of the Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra immediately began to take effect, and a powerful imprint of spiritual awareness entered into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. "Sleep, sleep." Yang Lan's voice came out of Yuan Hao's mouth. "When you wake up after 20 hours, you will only remember that you fought with this spy and then obtained the dragon snaring lasso. I have never appeared. Of course, you will take the initiative to let them forget my existence." With Yang Lan's soft voice, like coaxing a child, Yang Qin closed his eyes and fell asleep. Everyone was angry and anxious, but they were bound by the dragon snaring lasso and could not move. With a loud laugh, Yang Lan's laughter was full of the kind of comfort of the past, feeling as if he had eaten a lot of heart-refining pills. Then Yuan Hao's body softened and he collapsed to the ground, motionless, as if his soul had been sucked out. Everyone was silent, looking at this situation. It seemed that no one knew what to say. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, seeing that there was no more movement from Yuan Hao's side, Yang Qin, who was supposed to sleep for 20 hours according to Yang Lan's words, suddenly sat up. The dragon snaring lasso that bound everyone was forced to open up a gap with a gentle struggle. Yang Chen's hand then broke free from the bindings. Then the free hand pinched the bottom of the dragon snaring lasso. The dragon snaring lasso seemed to have changed owners, and it quickly let go of everyone. It curled into a ball and became a belt, hanging softly in Yang Chen's hand. Acting is really hard. At this moment, there was no longer any expression of grief or indignation on the faces of the people around them. Zhou Xianying even smiled and sighed. Everyone's smiles were brighter than flowers. Chapter 2015. From the moment Yang Chen realized that something was wrong, Yang Chen used his spiritual awareness to communicate with all the people present and let them cooperate with the play. Yun held a series of performances in front of everyone. Everyone was just watching the play. Even if everyone was tied up by the dragon's snaring lasso and could not move, no one panicked. Everyone had seen Yang Chen use 2 fingers to break the dragon-entangled grass magic weapon that tied up the dragon puppet and Aolai last time. This was just a demon-eating vine. It was not under Yang Chen's words at all. As for Yang Lan's confession that he wanted to use the great unrestrained Devil Heart Sutra to control Yang Chen, it was even more of a joke. The Palace Master and Master Wang Yong may not have a deep understanding, but Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Zhou Xianying had double cultivated with Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. They knew better than anyone how powerful their husband's spiritual awareness was. Wanting to control their husband was tantamount to a fool's dream. Moreover, in the Dragon Palace, there was Li Cheng who was more unfathomable than their husband. Even if their husband was already controlled by Yang Lan, brother Li Cheng had a way to solve this trouble immediately. Everything was just Yang Chen's family and the Palace Master Wang Yong accompanying Yang Lan to act. The result of the acting was to understand the relationship between the Zhao family and Yang Lan. At the same time, they also understood what Yang Lan wanted to do and the dynamics of the Zhao family. The refining heart pill was indeed a conspiracy made by the Zhao family. What Yang Chen said had never been wrong. The Palace Master and Master Wang Yong were quite satisfied. Husband, is the great unrestrained Devil Heart Sutra important? Gao Yu was still a little worried and asked aloud. Fortunately, it's quite interesting. Yang Chen replied with a smile. At the same time, he did not forget to feel the movement of the spiritual awareness seed left by Yang Lan in his own sea of consciousness. To be exact, it was not Yang Chen's own sea of consciousness. When Yang Chen's sea of consciousness turned into the Lingxiao treasure hall, it already had an unbreakable feature. Right now, aside from Li Qing, no one else in the spiritual realm would be able to shake Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, not even someone as strong as Aolan. The original 2 dragons playing with a pearl had turned into 2 dragons on the roof of the soaring Heaven Palace. The white pearl in the middle was placed in the middle of the roof, and it was still releasing the purest divine sense. The moment the most original and purest consciousness was released, it would automatically be absorbed by the soaring Heaven King Palace and become a part of the soaring Heaven King Palace that was getting stronger and stronger. However, Yang Chen had already felt that this white bead would not release too much divine sense. When Yang Lan's spiritual awareness seed entered Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, Yang Chen's first reaction was to subconsciously wrap it with his spiritual awareness and isolate all contacts with Yang Lan. Yang Lan, this guy, was really self-inflicted. What was wrong with him? He had to play with this kind of spiritual awareness control on Yang Chen. Back then, Li Lihing also thought the same, which led to the entire Taishaman being toyed with. What kind of suicidal spirit did Yang Lan have? Of course, ignorance was not a crime. Yang Chen would never blame Yang Lan. He was worried that he didn't know how to explore the movements of the Zhao family. Yang Lan was such a timely help, it was simply touching. However, at the moment when the spiritual awareness silk wrapped Yang Lan's spiritual awareness seed, Yang Chen suddenly had a good fortune in his heart. He took back the spiritual awareness silk and sent Yang Lan's spiritual awareness seed to a corner of his sea of consciousness. Subsequently, a large number of spiritual awareness silk rushed over and quickly built another one according to Yang Chen's sea of consciousness when he was in the Yuaning stage in the mortal world. Of course, it was a blank sea of consciousness after removing all kinds of phantoms. In a short while, this corner became a fake sea of consciousness that seemed to be independent of Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, but it was closely connected and firmly controlled. Or, to be precise, it was a virtual sea of consciousness. Then Yang Chen began to observe how Yang Lan's spiritual awareness seed broke out in this virtual sea of consciousness, and then achieved the process of secretly controlling a cultivator. That feeling was like becoming a god in his own sea of consciousness, and all the changes were clearly presented in front of him. In his previous life, Yang Chun had never heard of the great unfettered Demon Heart Sutra being cultivated to this level. Even if there was, it was estimated that it would be hidden very deeply, and it would not be easily known by other cultivators. This kind of cultivation method that even the demonic cultivators felt was harmful to the heavens was not a cultivation method that could appear in front of the cultivators. However, Yang Chun had to admit that when the great unfettered Demon Heart Sutra was cultivated to this level, there was really a feeling of quantitative change to qualitative change. There was a kind of posture of rebirth. Yang Chun did not cultivate the great unfettered Demon Heart Sutra. Everything was hearsay and heard from others. He had not yet tasted the true power of the great unfettered Demon Heart Sutra, and now he finally had the opportunity to try it. Yang Lan's spiritual awareness seed seemed to have really become a seed. In Yang Chen's virtual sea of consciousness, it madly absorbed Yang Chen's spiritual awareness as nutrition, and then it expanded a little until it filled Yang Chen's entire sea of consciousness. Then, the spiritual awareness seed began to turn into nothingness. Just like Yang Chen's spiritual awareness silk, it turned into countless filaments and penetrated into every corner of the virtual sea of consciousness. The whole process was similar to the process of swallowing and then assimilation. Compared with the previous simple control, it was not known how many times better it was. In the end, Yang Lan's spiritual awareness seed had completely disappeared and was replaced by a hidden spiritual awareness network that was ubiquitous in the virtual sea of consciousness, but almost impossible to detect. No wonder Yang Lan wanted to say that Yang Chen would be unconscious for 20 hours. When this process was carried out, the feeling that the virtual sea of consciousness passed Yang Chen was that he had lost all control and was simply in a coma. Under normal circumstances, even if Yang Chen woke up, it was impossible to find the spiritual awareness network, and he would not realize that he had been completely controlled. It turned out that spiritual awareness could also be used in this way, which made Yang Chen's eyes open. As the saying goes, stones from other mountains can be used to attack jade, and Yang Chen now has such a feeling. No matter how evil and terrifying the legend of the great unfettered Demon Heart Sutra was, when it really reached this realm, there were definitely countless merits in the control and concealment of spiritual awareness. Sure enough, it was the ultimate cultivation method of the demonic path. Palace Master, Master Ancestor, I have erased all your memories of what happened just now. Please cooperate. Yang Chun smiled, the head of the palace, and Master Wang Yong. It was a complete joke. Yes, what happened just now, we can't remember. Master Wang Yong replied, seriously with a taut face and a smile. After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh. When Master Wang Yong laughed, everyone suddenly laughed, and the hearty laughter filled the entire hall. Only Yun Hao, who had become an idiot, was lying on the ground and listening. Chapter 2016. Yun Hao could no longer be saved. After Yang Chen understood the tyrannical control method of the great unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra, he realized this point. Yang Lan did it very thoroughly, directly destroying Yun Hao's life. Now, everyone had to break this dragon trapping formation and do what they had to do. The dragon trapping formation was not difficult for Yang Chen. The immortal beheading saber could break it at any time. However, it seemed a pity to break such a complete formation like this. It was better to leave it to Gong Sunling to deal with. Gong Sunling had accompanied Yang Chen to cultivate for so many years. She did not completely pay attention to the refinement of the cave abode. She still cultivated whatever she needed to cultivate. Gong Sunling was an array cultivator. Improving her attainments in the path of array formations was the most fundamental. Hence, she had studied the dragon trapping formation in the Dragon Palace over the years. At the same time, Ao Lan and Ao Lai had studied the dragon trapping formation with Gong Sunling. The two of them were the most concerned about this kind of formation that could trap the dragon race. They also had the most intuitive feeling. Even though they had not studied it for a long time, they still gave Gong Sunling a lot of inspiration. The arrival of Big Brother, Li Cheng, gave Gong Sunling even more places to ask for advice. Basically, Gong Sunling had already figured out the principles of this dragon trapping formation. However, there were still some areas that she did not understand about how to lay it out. However, breaking this formation was no longer difficult for Gong Sunling. Of course, Gong Sunling's method of breaking the formation was not like Yang Chen's. Instead, she used the principles of the formation to break it without destroying the integrity of the formation. It would be more appropriate to call it breaking the formation. The only thing she could not compare to Yang Chen was time. Breaking this formation would take more than 20 hours. When Gong Sunling brought everyone outside, it was also the time when Yang Chen should have woken up for a few hours. This time should be enough for Yang Chen to erase everyone's memories of the formation. The dragon snaring lasso was not bad. The dragon snaring lasso, the demon-eating vine, and the dragon snaring grass were all good stuff with high cultivation. It was definitely the best gift for Sun Qingxue. The little girl had almost refined the demonic vine of ultimate demonization to the limit. After refining these two things, her cultivation base would directly rush to at least the heaven immortal level. As expected, when Sun Qingxue received the dragon snaring lasso, she happily kissed Yang Chen a few times. In recent years, when Sun Qingxue was cultivating, she had been honing herself with the help of the combination of the blue jade blood phantom vine and the ultimate demonization vine in her body. With this magic weapon integrated into the blue jade blood phantom vine, it was enough for her to use it to cultivate to the immortal world. Not waiting for Yang Chen to tell his family and Big Brother Li Cheng about what had just happened, Yang Chen's thoughts came from the virtual sea of consciousness, asking him to disclose the dangers of the refining heart pill, and at the same time, the pill recipe that caused the addiction of the refining heart pill. Naturally, the pill formula was exactly the same as the one that Yang Chen gave to Sect Master Li. Although it was an order in Yang Chen's virtual sea of consciousness, it felt as if a certain idea had suddenly appeared spontaneously and was the result of a sudden inspiration. If Yang Chen had not been paying attention to the virtual sea of consciousness, he would have really thought that it was his own idea. After the great mastery of the great unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra, it was really impossible to guard against it. Next, Yang Chen told the girls and Big Brother Li Cheng about what had happened before, and at the same time, shared the feeling of the great unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra controlling people's hearts. This demonic cultivation method really has some tricks up its sleeve. Even someone as strong as Big Brother Li Cheng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air after listening to Yang Chen's feeling. If he is allowed to advance further, there will be no way to detect it at all. Yang Chen nodded. At this stage, there was such power. After crossing another 1 or 2 realms, the power would definitely increase by thousands of times. In this way, it seemed that it was not completely impossible for Yang Lan to rely on the great unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra and 3 Dragon Clan masters to control the Zhao family. It's a bit interesting. Big Brother Li Cheng closed his eyes and began to ponder this kind of demonic cultivation method. There were many things in it which were extremely useful for everyone's spiritual awareness cultivation. Even Big Brother Li Cheng could get a lot of experience from it. Not to mention the girls, Lady Fanghua and several maids had already found a room to retreat. Tao Junkie also got something and also went back to her room to retreat. It must be said that Yang Lan's action this time still gave Yang Chen's family a lot of benefits. Yang Chen and Li Cheng were pondering Yang Lan's intention for him to disclose the conspiracy of the refining heart pill at this time. It was reasonable to say that the Zhao family intended to use the refining heart pill to trap the spiritual world cultivators once. The biggest purpose was to catch all the top masters of the major sect in one fell swoop. 10 years have passed since the meeting between Yang Qin and Sect Master Li. During these years, the major sect, headed by the Profound Heaven sect, has sent most of their masters into the trial land. Perhaps the Zhao family felt that it was time to close the net. Yang Lan let Yang Qin make it public at this time. It must be that the overall situation has been decided. Even if Yang Qin made it public, when the news reached the major sect would be powerless to turn the situation around. All the masters were in the trial land, and even if they wanted to inform them, it would be too late. Yang Qin's public disclosure of the conspiracy of the refining heart pill was no longer helpful. However, Yang Lan let Yang Qin choose to make it public at this time. It must be to bring great prestige to Yang Qin. The higher the prestige of Yang Qin, the greater the opportunities that Yang Lan could use in the future, which was also good for Yang Lan. It seemed that this should be Yang Lan's purpose. Anyway, the Profound Heaven sect had been plotting for 10 years. The major sect was not a fool. They had also prepared for 10 years. At this time, whether it was publicized or not, it had little effect on them. Yang Qin did not hesitate much and immediately spread the news through various channels. Wanbao Tower, Drunken Immortal House, and Chunyang Palace all began to spread the news to each other. At the same time, there was also the medicinal qi pill recipe that caused the addiction of the refining heart pill. Chunyang Palace even sent people to the major sect at the fastest speed to urgently inform them of the news. Unfortunately, even with the fastest speed, it would take half a year to send the news far away. This was only for the various sects. The masters in the trial land could not care about it at all. As soon as the news was announced, it caused an uproar in the Sunset Rock. The disciples of Chunyang Palace were not allowed to touch the refining heart pill, but other sects couldn't control it. There were many cultivators who stayed at the Sunset Rock who had to take the refining heart pill for daily cultivation. When they heard the news, it was like a bolt from the blue. Some people were not reconciled. According to Yang Qin's pill recipe, they refined a batch of medicinal qi experiments. As soon as the results of the experiment came out, the cultivators' faces turned ashen. These years, relying on the refining heart pill to cultivate for such a long time was very comfortable, but it also indirectly sent their own door of life. In the future, unless they could get rid of the addiction of the refining heart pill, as long as they went out, it was estimated that they would be killed by someone with ulterior motives. As for the top executives of the major sect, at this moment, they were like ants on a hot pan and they could no longer sit still. Chapter 2017. The major sect wasn't completely unprepared. Yang Qin had already reminded them at the beginning that it wasn't Yang Qin who provided the recipe. It was obvious that someone was playing tricks on them. They would be fools if they didn't guard against it. However, even though they were on guard, the elixir didn't seem to have much of a problem. The masters of the various pharmacies had checked it countless times, but they couldn't find any hidden traps inside. This wasn't the kind of crystal used during the demonic calamity in the mortal world. It was refined by themselves. There shouldn't be any problem with eating it, right? In particular, when the mysterious Heaven sect said that there was no problem, the major sect basically relaxed their vigilance. Of course, this was only a part of the people. The higher-ups were still very tense and didn't dare to relax. The smart ones directly stared at Chunyang Palace. When Chunyang Palace allowed their disciples to take it, they would follow suit. If Chunyang Palace didn't allow their disciples to take it, then everything would be over. It was just that although the major sects were on guard, they were not like the pure Yang Palace, setting up sect rules to strictly guard. It was just a kind of elixir that didn't have any side effects. It wasn't worth such a big fuss. Moreover, there were many disciples in each sect, and many of them were tired of cultivating. With this kind of elixir, they could collectively improve the cultivation of a large number of disciples. As long as the sect didn't encourage it, it was enough. This was also the attitude of most sect. They didn't encourage it, but they didn't know about the restrictions on it. They just treated it as a kind of elixir that could assist in cultivation, like the questioning inner heart pill. It only played a supporting role. In the end, the cultivation still depended on the cultivator themselves. However, the major sect's attitude was very consistent in one aspect. Even the group of experts who had entered the trial grounds were thinking the same thing, except for the mysterious Heaven sect, who already knew that there was a problem with this elixir. They deliberately let some masters take the heart-refining pill so that they could easily enter the trial ground. The other sect arranged for masters to enter without knowing. Like the mysterious Heaven sect, the masters who entered the trial ground were all in small teams. There were dozens of people at most, dozens at least, and at least 5 or 6 people. Everyone entered in groups. On one hand, they could take care of each other, and on the other hand, they wouldn't be eaten by others all of a sudden. This method was commonly used when recovering lost territory, especially when entering the territory of Xian immortal demonic beasts. Fighting alone against low-level demonic beasts was still all right, but when encountering high-level demonic beasts, one would die on sight. Only by gathering like this could they slowly eliminate the demon beasts bit by bit and recapture the lost land. The Zhao family was targeting the experts from all sides, so they were not surprised to see such a situation. It had been many years since the start of the demonic tribulation, and many experts had used the same method. In any case, the Zhao clan's trap was just to make more and more Xian immortal experts enter the depths of the trial grounds. As for the method, the Zhao clan didn't care. The trump card used to eliminate these experts was the addictive medicinal qi. As long as the medicinal qi was released, these experts would definitely be affected for at least 2 breaths. In a battle between experts, 2 breaths were enough to determine life and death. Although the various sect had many Xian immortal experts, the Zhao clan had many experts as well, right? When Yang Qin announced the news, it was the time when the Zhao clan was already planning to make a move. Yang Shi's calculation was accurate. From Yang Chen's announcement of the conspiracy of the refining heart pill to the news being sent to the major sect, there was still a time difference. This time difference was just enough for the major sect to know, but they couldn't inform the elites of the trial grounds. After that, they couldn't blame Yang Qin. In order to add a halo to Yang Chen's head again, Yang Shi was also painstaking. The elites of the trial grounds were indeed in trouble. However, the trouble they encountered was not the conspiracy of the refining heart pill, but the core array of the trial grounds. It was the array that blocked Yang Chen and Li Cheng from entering the real core area. If it weren't for Yang Chen's Zhao clan manor, which belonged to the same lineage of magic weapons, it would have been impossible for the 2 of them to enter the core of the trial grounds without disturbing anyone. The current trouble encountered by the masters of the major sect was exactly the same as that encountered by Yang Qin and Li Cheng. An invisible barrier blocked them outside the core area. Once this invisible barrier was explored by divine sense for a long time, it would even absorb divine sense and even kill the cultivator. Because of this characteristic of devouring divine sense, at least hundreds of Xian immortal experts were sucked dry and died in vain. The purpose of the major sect to send Xian immortal experts into the trial grounds was nothing more than to clear the Xian immortal beasts in the trial grounds and to find the whereabouts of the Zhao clan. The former goal had been achieved by so many masters in almost 10 years. However, the latter goal had not been found. After clearing the beasts on the periphery, it was natural to enter the core area. All the Xian immortal experts who came in were a little excited. In the past, many generations of strong masters could only circle around the periphery of the trial grounds. Now, with the help of the refining heart pill, they finally touched the edge of the core area. Many people were very excited. The more powerful this invisible barrier was, the more it meant that there was a problem inside. The reason was simply obvious. During the battle of the Three River Alliance, the Zhao clan had so many Xian immortal beasts. Everyone had also guessed the source. Once they thought that the other side of the barrier was the Zhao clan's lair. The masters of the various sects couldn't help but feel itchy. At this time, everyone basically followed the unspoken rule of the past. Whichever sect would attack from the direction that the sect originally controlled. However, they were all blocked by this barrier. Every sect paid the price of several Xian immortal experts. However, it also made everyone understand that this barrier couldn't be casually probed with divine sense. The elites of various sects were gathered in this area, trying to find ways to break this barrier and enter the back. At this stage, the various sects' tacit cooperation had also begun a healthy competition. Everyone already had a common understanding that whichever sect broke this barrier first would be the biggest winner. Even if they were to be rewarded based on merit in the future, it would be the greatest merit. Basically, the masters of various sects were also gathered together and distributed in all directions. Other than the few Xian immortal beasts that were occasionally sweeping the outer periphery of the trial grounds, almost all the elite masters were outside the barrier. What the Zhao clan wanted was for the masters to be gathered together so that it would be convenient to catch them all in one fell swoop. If the attack failed, it wouldn't be so easy to wipe out so many Xian immortal experts if they scattered. The Zhao clan, who had been keeping an eye on the masters of various sects, began to deploy their forces. When all the preparations were done, they suddenly launched a thunderous attack. Chapter 2018. The attack broke out suddenly. The experts of the Zhao family were taking care of all the sect's forces. None of them were left behind. This time, the Zhao family had used the heart-refining pill, which they had kept for a long time. They had even given up many Xian immortal demonic beasts just for this day. The purpose was to capture all the top forces of the sect in one fell swoop. In front of all the Xian immortal experts, the invisible barrier that they had been unable to do anything to seemed to suddenly open countless doors, and countless experts quickly appeared from within. The experts of the Zhao family were all at the Xian immortal level. They had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. As soon as they came out, they attacked immediately. Both sides were like fire and water. There was nothing that could be reconciled. All the sect's forces knew that the Zhao family's lair was behind the barrier. Needless to say, those who came out were enemies. Although they did not dare to use their divine sense, they could see a large group of enemies coming out from the barrier with their naked eyes. As long as they did not release their divine sense randomly, it would be fine. In an instant, all sides were in a mess. Unfortunately, because the experts of the various sects had been blocked outside the barrier for many days, they had lost their spirit. However, the Zhao family had been recuperating and building up their strength. Behind the barrier, they watched as the experts of the various sects were helpless and prepared meticulously. They were tired after a long time. Coupled with the advantage in numbers, they gained the upper hand on the battlefield. However, the experts of the sect were not pushovers. After being blocked in this place for so long, they were already furious. The Zhao family, who had suddenly appeared, immediately became the target for them to vent their anger. They attacked with all kinds of killing moves. Even though they did not gain the upper hand on the battlefield, they still fought well. Just as the battle entered a stalemate, a group of experts of the Zhao family in the crowd began to secretly crush the outer shells of some of the pills they carried with them. Waves of medicinal qi began to spread rapidly throughout the battlefield. In order to prevent the Xian immortal demonic beasts from attacking them, the experts of the sect who participated in the battle had all taken the heart-refining pill. Moreover, they had taken it for a long time. The moment he came into contact with this medicinal aura, he immediately felt an intense need to refine the heart pill. His body, which was in the midst of battle, could not help but tremble. This feeling came very suddenly and also very quickly. If it was a normal day, he could forcefully suppress it by circulating his qi for a while, or he could take a heart-tempering pill at any time. What was worse was that the Zhao family's ferocious enemies didn't look like they were willing to give them a little time to recover. The experts who had taken the heart-tempering pill were a beat slower because of this feeling. The other side's even more ferocious attacks immediately followed, and it looked like the group of experts were going to die for nothing. Boom! 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 A series of booms rang out incessantly. Among the experts of the various sect, almost every sect had more than 10 people hit by the experts of the Zhao family and died on the spot. This seemed to indicate the fate of the remaining experts. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened to the Zhao family. On the mysterious heaven sect side, although a few experts had died, more experts seemed to have expected this. As soon as the sudden feeling appeared, they immediately retreated. At the same time, they thought of something, and all of their companions in their cave abodes rushed out. The sudden appearance of an expert, several times their own, caused the Zhao family to turn pale with fright. The experts that appeared from the mysterious heaven sect were not affected by the medicinal aura at all. They were full of fighting spirit and rushed toward the Zhao family like an avalanche. As for the experts who had been affected by the heart-tempering pill, they were all separated at the back. They forcibly suppressed their addiction and joined the battle. It could be said that the mysterious heaven sect had suffered the least losses. The number of mysterious immortal experts who had died because of the medicinal aura was less than 10. The number could be counted on 2 hands. It was inevitable that people would die in battle, but the number of experts who had died was less than the number of people who died in a normal battle. The experts of the other sect were not as lucky as the mysterious heaven sect. As soon as the medicinal aura appeared, all of the experts were affected. In an instant, more than 10 experts fell. This was only the first batch. Soon, the second batch and the third batch appeared. However, the experts of the various sects were not to be trifled with. The battle at the Three River Alliance allowed all the sects to see what kind of effect could be achieved by using cave abodes to conceal their strength. This was a trial ground, not a sect. No one would come to check the cave abodes on the cultivators, so no one knew how many experts the major sect had brought. Although there were many losses, there were also a lot of new forces that appeared. Every sect had thought of this method. Now that it was time to decide life and death, they immediately released all of their hidden forces. In terms of the number of experts, the major sect combined definitely surpassed the Zhao family. The Zhao family's people thought that they had achieved their goal and attracted enough experts from the major sect to annihilate them in one fell swoop. But who would have thought that the major sects would beat them at their own game this time? They even took out their trump cards. Other than a few experts who could guard the sect, the rest were all sent out. Most of the experts were hiding in their cave abodes. Now that they appeared, the balance of advantage immediately shifted to the major sect side. No matter how many experts the Zhao family had, after being scattered in so many directions, the number of experts in each direction was at a disadvantage. They were surrounded by the experts of the major sect. The pig-like person in charge did not understand the art of war at all. He had never thought of concentrating his superior forces to eliminate the enemies one by one. Instead, he naively thought that he could rely on the heart-refining pill to dominate everything. He wanted to finish the battle in one fell swoop. At this moment, he finally tasted the bitter fruit of his arrogance. The hunter suddenly became the prey. The position of the host and the guest was instantly reversed. After the new forces appeared, the experts of the Zhao family were destined to meet a tragic end. The smart ones immediately escaped back to the barrier, leaving the rest as cannon fodder. When several experts with similar cultivation levels attacked one, the outcome was nothing more than being killed or captured alive. In the face of life and death, the experts of the Zhao family also erupted with a fierce side. They did not fear death and launched their final attack. Even if they were seriously injured, they would decisively detonate their own magic treasures and bodies. The sound of explosions rang out one after another. When everything quieted down, the experts of the various sects were shocked to find that none of the Zhao family members who did not escape were captured alive. All of them had died in battle. In this battle, almost half of the top experts of the Zhao family were eliminated. However, the major sect also suffered heavy losses. Apart from the mysterious heaven sect, which was the most well-prepared and lost less than 40 Xian immortal experts, each sect lost at least 100 Xian immortal experts. Chapter 2019. There were close to 20 sect members. On average, each sect had more than 100 experts, which added up to more than 2,000 experts. More than 2,000 mystic immortal experts were enough to crush a first-rate sect. Even a super sect would suffer a great loss under the attack of more than 2,000 mystic immortal experts. The Zhao family was worse off than all the other sects combined. Almost 3,000 mystic immortal experts were buried in this battle. One should know that these experts were not like the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, or the Thousand Beasts sect, who were indirectly controlled by the sect. They were the core strength of the Zhao family. Every one of them was cultivated by the Zhao family at great cost. Now, they were all buried in this battle. All the major sects had achieved their previous goal of luring the enemy and greatly schemed against the Zhao family. All the experts had a feeling of exultation. Unfortunately, this invisible barrier was too strange. They couldn't use their divine sense to probe it. A small amount of spiritual energy attacks were useless. They couldn't find a way to break it for the time being. Everyone knew that the Zhao family's nest was inside, but they could only watch helplessly. Since they couldn't do anything to the Zhao family, they could only vent their anger on the beasts outside and slowly return to the sect. This time, most of the super experts from all the sect members had come here to set up traps. The sect must be empty to a certain extent. Since they had achieved their goal, they naturally had to rush back to inform the Zhao family and protect the sect against the Zhao family's retaliation. Every sect left a group of experts to keep an eye on the core area to prevent the Zhao family from playing any tricks. Such a loss was definitely not something that any sect could bear. If the Zhao family concentrated their firepower on one sect, it would probably be a disaster. On the way back, the experts from all the sect had almost wiped out all the beasts in the trial ground. Now, the trial ground was no longer a trial ground. Instead, it had become a place similar to a normal cultivator's territory. Only those with low cultivation couldn't easily get close to the core area. Soon, all the sect members received the news brought back by their experts. After hearing the results of the battle, the top management of each sect let out a long sigh of relief and relaxed. Losing more than 100 experts was still bearable for all sides, but the Zhao family had suffered heavy losses. It could be considered a great fortune in misfortune. While they were overjoyed, all the major sect members were also scared. Fortunately, the person in charge of the Zhao family this time seemed to have taken some stupid medicine. He actually thought of dividing his forces and wanted to capture all the masters of the major sect in one fell swoop. This time, they went for wool and came home shorn. They suffered a double loss after trying to get the bride. It could be said that they reap what they sow. If that had not been the case, all the masters of the sect would have been killed. It would not have taken long for the arrogant sect to be reduced to a first-rate sect. An entire spiritual realm would have been unified by the Zhao family. With the power that the Zhao family had revealed this time, any sect would be terrified and see them as a potential threat. Even if half of them were wiped out and the other half escaped back, who knew how many more of such experts there were? As long as the Zhao family was not eliminated, all the major sect members would not be able to eat and sleep in peace. The elixir formula of the medicinal qi released by Yangqin had been verified by all parties. Almost all the cultivators who had taken the heart refinement pill knew about it. The medicinal qi could trigger the addiction of the heart refinement pill, which could make one's reaction speed slow down involuntarily during a battle. For everyone who had taken the heart refinement pill, it was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads, and they did not know when it would fall. Those who had taken the heart refinement pill were all full of regret. If they had known this would happen, they would not have done it in the first place. They had done it for the mere pleasure and to improve their cultivation efficiency in a short period of time. However, they had forgotten that there were no shortcuts in real cultivation. Everything that looked delicious on the surface was all a trap. However, it was too late to regret it this time. Those who were addicted to the heart refinement pill could only accept this result helplessly. Since it was dangerous to go out and fight, they could only stay in a safe place before they got rid of these addictions. The process of getting rid of the addictions could be regarded as secluded cultivation. Those who were not addicted to the heart refinement pill did not dare to take it lightly. Who knew if there would be other side effects later on? It was said that they were not addicted to the heart refinement pill, but they had also experimented and found that they would still be affected by the medicinal qi. However, the effect was not particularly big. Even so, they had to be careful at all times. Otherwise, they would be taken advantage of by the enemy. Originally, the devil tribulation had just ended. Although there were still sporadic monsters everywhere, it was a good time for them to go out for trial and cultivate their combat experience. However, because of the heart refinement pill, most of the cultivators stayed quietly in their lairs and did not dare to go out easily, which made people feel a little speechless. At this time, all the sect finally realized how wise the rules of Chunying Palace were. In the entire spirit realm, there were no more than 10 sect whose disciples could still move normally, and the biggest one was Chunying Palace. Several other small sect also saw Chunying Palace's behavior. They believed in Yang Chen's judgment and did not allow their disciples to take the heart refinement pill. At this time, they were the happiest. Yang Chen's reputation in the spirit realm had once again risen to a higher level. In the eyes of all the major sect, Yang Chen's importance had been raised again. All the major sect was a little bit eager to see what Chunying Palace would do. Among the praises from all sides, there were a lot of rumors. At first, it was rumored that Yang Chen had discovered the elixir recipe of the heart refinement pill, and the elixir recipe was indeed sold from a branch of Wanbao Tower. Although Yang Chen later took the initiative to jump out to refute the rumor, no one thought it was a big deal at that time. But now that Yang Chen had discovered the elixir recipe of the heart refinement pill, it could actually trigger the addiction of the heart refinement pill. Many people had gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Who knew if this elixir recipe was released by Yang Chen, and he first denied it and then released the elixir recipe of the heart refinement pill to gain reputation? Those who had such doubts were basically the cultivators of those small sect and rogue cultivators. The people of the major sect would never doubt it. It was an indisputable fact that the Zhao family had used the heart refinement pill to set up a trap for the major sect. Yang Chen and the Zhao family were by no means on the same side. Everyone knew this in their hearts. In this battle, the Shantian sect was the happiest. They had lost the least masters and killed the most Zhao family members. Of course, what made them most proud was that among the masters and disciples, the Shantian sect had taken the heart refinement pill the least. After receiving Yang Chen's notice, the higher-ups consciously let these Xian Immortal masters who were going to set up the trap know some clues. Those who acted as bait were voluntary, and most of them had stagnated for a long time. Perhaps after the ordeal of the heart refinement pill this time, they would have a new understanding and break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. Chapter 2020. Some people regarded the same thing as a disaster, while others regarded it as training. This was the difference between different states of mind. However, in any case, after this experience, those who had taken the heart-refining pill would definitely have some insights. Even the simplest ones should not be eaten casually. Of course, the experts of the Shantian sect were confident because Yang Chen had guaranteed that he could solve the addiction problem of the heart-refining pill. They might not believe others, but from the sect master to the 36 celestial stars, they had no doubt about Yang Chen's words. If Master Yang said he could solve it, then he must be able to solve it. Yang Chen was also considering when to introduce the healing heart pill and the free and unfettered secret art to reduce addiction. It was obviously unreasonable to introduce it now. It would make people feel that he had prepared it long ago. There had to be a process, and it had to be done slowly. Chunying Palace was very cooperative with Yang Chen's actions. They immediately released the news through Wanbao Tower that Master Yang needed a few addicted cultivators to test the medicine. The pill to be tested was the heart-refining pill, which could reduce addiction. Of course, They couldn't say it so directly. They just said that Master Yang needed a few cases for reference. As soon as the news came out, it immediately attracted a tide of followers. Everyone knew Master Yang's alchemy level, and they also understood that whoever tested the medicine first would definitely solve the problem first. There would be no extra costs. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? No one was a fool, so they naturally fought for it. However, after all, it was a medicine test, so there must be a certain risk. It depended on how much confidence people had in Yangqin. From the fact that hundreds of people signed up as soon as the announcement was made by Wanbao Tower, everyone's confidence in Yangqin was extraordinary. Elder Wu Xiong didn't ask for much. Instead, he chose 10 extremely addicted people. They were all human immortals, earth immortals and heaven immortals. The Xian immortal experts were not easy to deal with, but before he could open his mouth, a Xiantian sect disciple ran over and respectfully told Wu Xiong that the 2 Xian immortal elders of the Xiantian sect were also willing to come and test the medicine in person. This time, no one dared to have any ideas. Those who were not selected waited obediently, and those who were selected were beaming as if they had already won the lottery. It seemed that everyone felt that Yang Chun would be able to solve the problem, and they were convinced of it. While Yang Chun was cultivating, he took the time to meet with these cultivators, especially the 2 profound immortal elders of the mysterious heaven sect. After they arrived, they didn't put on any airs and did whatever Yang Chun said. If he had nothing to do all day, he would eat and drink well in Chunyang Palace. He would also instruct some disciples of Chunyang Palace with great interest. When he had nothing to do, he would smile from ear to ear. Of course, Yang Chen understood the situation. These 2 probably knew something. They were looking at Chunyang Palace as if they were looking at the mysterious heaven sect. Since they were all his disciples, it was normal for him to give them pointers if they had any cultivation problems. However, this situation was completely different in the eyes of the 10 cultivators who were testing the medicine at the same time. At the very least, the 2 or 3 heaven immortal experts did not dare to put on any airs and were frighteningly amiable. The real heart healing pill couldn't be taken out all at once. It had to be tested several times before it would slowly take shape. It wouldn't be too late to announce the pill recipe at that time. As soon as they settled down, the major sect sent 2 profound immortal experts who were addicted to taking the heart-refining pill. Since they were already here, Yang Chun naturally couldn't favor one and discriminate against the other. He immediately arranged for a grand reception. Fortunately, these people were very reasonable and were very polite when they stayed in Chunyang Palace. Seeing that the 2 experts of the mysterious heaven sect had time to instruct the disciples of Chunyang Palace in their cultivation, everyone didn't hide anything and followed suit. Anyway, as long as it wasn't the secret method of the sect, they could instruct anyone with their own understanding. In this way, the disciples in the mountain gate of the Pure Yang Palace had a blessing. Everyone took turns to entertain these distinguished guests, and they could also get the guidance of these Xian immortal masters. It was simply a pie falling from the sky, so that every pair of pears were overjoyed. Yang Qin didn't expect that Chunyang Palace would become like this, but this was also good. It could solve a small problem for Yang Qin. If the Xiaoya technique was to appear, he needed a few influential people. Otherwise, Yang Qin couldn't explain that he had never taken the heart-refining pill. How could he simulate the feeling of the heart-refining pill so well? These Xian immortal masters were just the right candidates. Yang Qin could explain the principles of the free, unfettered secret art at the appropriate time, and then slowly guide them to collectively create the free, unfettered secret art, which could also share some of Yang Qin's halo. If all the things were taken out by Yang Qin, not to mention ordinary people, even the major sect would probably suspect that the heart-refining pill was done by Yang Qin. But if the profound immortal experts of the major sect simulated the changes according to some of the pharmacology described by Yang Qin, it would be the credit of these profound immortal experts. All the major sect had a part in this. If anyone dared to complain about this matter, it would mean that they didn't give the major sect face and wanted to fight. With someone sharing the burden, not only would Yang Chen's reputation be improved, but Yang Chen would also get a lot of credit. It was really suitable. Time passed quickly. In half a year, Yang Chen's heart-refining pill had been changed several times, and the effect was very close to the authentic heart-refining pill. The effect of the heart-refining pill in the previous life was good, but in this life, Yang Chen's alchemy level was higher. Whether it was the pharmacology or the technique, they were better. The new version of the heart-refining pill was even better than the one in the previous life. There was also a general version of the free art. At least a few profound immortal experts didn't need the heart-refining pill at all. They could solve their own problems by relying on the free art. They only needed the last bit of perfection to get the final version. This made the participating profound immortal experts full of confidence and a sense of accomplishment. Even their state of mind had been greatly improved. Good news came one after another. Yang Chen also continuously absorbed several kinds of fire seeds in the past 6 months. His cultivation base had once again improved by a small realm, reaching the 7th grade of human immortal. In total, Yang Chen had continuously improved by 4 small realms in a short period of 50 years. This cultivation speed was unprecedented except for Gong Sunling and Lady Fanghua. Yang Lan was very quiet these days, and he didn't mean to touch Yang Chen at all. Yang Chen was also constantly studying the virtual sea of consciousness and observing the control method of the Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra. It had to be said that this was very effective. At least it made Yang Chen have a lot more understanding of the magical use of spiritual awareness. Even Big Brother Li Cheng felt that there were merits in it. After so many years, Yang Chen has explored the Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra very thoroughly. Now Yang Chen is already considering whether he can control Yang Lan through the Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra and the 3 Purities secret art. You know, Yang Lan has gone deep into the Zhao family. If he controls Yang Lan, he can get more secrets of the Zhao family. Chapter 2021. The virtual sea of consciousness made Yang Chen have a deep understanding of the Great Free Demon Heart Sutra. In the past few years, after Yang Chen thoroughly studied the changes in the sea of consciousness, he began to turn to the part of the connection between the two. If it was just Yang Chen's spiritual awareness seed, then there was naturally no need for too much detailed research. But the spiritual awareness seed was directly integrated into the virtual sea of consciousness of Yang Chen. At this time, it could still maintain a connection thousands of miles away, and even send a thought to Yang Chen's virtual sea of consciousness, and let Yang Chen think that this was a thought in his own mind. This was worth exploring carefully. That is, Yang Chen, after cultivating the 3 Purities secret art, was extremely sensitive to any changes in his spiritual awareness, so he could find the faint spiritual awareness connection. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible to have such a sensitive degree. In other words, there was such an invisible spiritual awareness connection in the void that connected Yang Chen and Yang Lan together. Yang Chen seemed to have felt this feeling before, just after his first spiritual awareness split between his body and his clone. At that time, the Immortal World's profound heaven sect once sent a great principal golden immortal to the lower realm. After the great principal golden immortal discovered the connection between himself and his clone, he also wanted to follow that path to kill and destroy Yang Chen. Now, that guy's spiritual awareness was still in the white bead in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, slowly being purified into the purest spiritual awareness and absorbed by Yang Chen. However, according to Yang Chen's judgment, there would not be too much spiritual awareness seeping out of the white bead. He has now clearly felt the subsequent weakness in the bead. If Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base also had the realm of great principal golden immortal, he could easily kill Yang Chen through the connection between Yang Chen and Yang Lan. Unfortunately, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base was not yet at the golden immortal level. Separated by thousands of miles, It was still beyond his power to destroy Yang Lan, who cultivated the great Free Demon Heart Sutra. Yang Qin doesn't want to kill Yang Lan yet, although as long as Yang Lan appears in front of him, he can kill him 100 times at any time. But Yang Qin had now successfully broken into the Zhao family. Yang Qin didn't want to let go of such a good undercover, so he could only find a way to control him in turn. A thin thread of spiritual awareness followed the connection between the two, slowly twining and spreading, exploring Yang Lan's side. This was the technique that Yang Qin had just learned from the great Free Demon Heart Sutra. If Yang Lan knew that Yang Chen would actually use his own technique on himself, he didn't know how much blood he would spit out. Like an invisible snake, the thin thread of divine sense slowly crawled across hundreds of thousands of miles and approached the target. Yang Lan, who was complacent, did not realize that he had become the prey of others. He was still immersed in the pride of being valued after winning against a few wastes of the Zhao family. Several direct descendants of the Zhao family, because of their self-righteous strategy, caused the Zhao family's vitality to be greatly damaged. They lost more than 3,000 core Xian immortal masters, which almost made the current Zhao family head vomit blood directly. In the end, he had to pinch his nose and admit that under his usual protection, his children not only did not cultivate good cultivation, but also had a lot of self-righteous and armchair strategists. To put it bluntly, it was simply a model of great ambition but little talent. Yang Lan, who strongly opposed the plan after knowing it at the beginning, fell into the eyes of the family head. Yang Lan was very smart. He was not specifically nitpicking, but in addition to picking out those mistakes, he also put forward targeted suggestions for improvement. It was just that at that time his words were light and no one would pay attention to him. It was not only the direct descendants of a few family heads who were arrogant, but also the masters of the Zhao family. They came into contact with many Xian immortal monster beasts on weekdays, and they did not pay attention to the little cultivators of the spiritual world outside. In the same arrogant atmosphere, the Zhao family was hit hard, waking up the family head and those Zhao family who were addicted to the dream of being the overlord. Yang Lan's previous performance was naturally taken seriously. The Zhao family head also began to ask Yang Lan's opinion in some aspects, not for anything else, but for Yang Lan's previous objections, and secondly, Yang Lan was the only cultivator from the outside who did not cultivate in the Zhao family manner in so many years. Many of his ideas were completely different from these core think tanks, and they had reference significance. In short, Yang Lan was now the only cultivator from the outside who was valued by the Zhao family head. Simply put, his status had greatly increased. Not only did he have the priority to provide various resources, but he also had all kinds of luxurious enjoyment, all kinds of beautiful dual cultivation partner configuration, and there were also experts to guide his cultivation. Naturally, an outsider won the favor of the family head, which made many core masters of the Zhao family unhappy. Intentionally or unintentionally, everyone would reject Yang Lan, making Yang Lan feel isolated. Yang Lan was very clear about his status, but he would not be unhappy because of the rejection of those Zhao family masters. Compared with the contempt and torture in the mysterious heaven sect, this was already heaven. Yang Lan was a person who knew how to endure. Otherwise, he would not have been able to flatter the young sect master Li Liheng when he was in the Taishanmen. He knew very well that the one who laughed at the end was the one who laughed the best, and Yang Lan thought that he was the one who could endure until the end and laugh at the end. In the Zhao family, there were already several key junior direct disciples who were quietly controlled by Yang Lan and turned into his puppets. However, Yang Lan was a lot smarter. As he said to Yang Qin before, he only controlled those who would never be inspected. This matter was related to his own life and death. He had already made a mistake in the mysterious heaven sect, controlling the people around him on a large scale, which led to him being discovered. This time, he would never make a second mistake. It was at this moment of Yang Lan's pride that Yang Chen's spiritual awareness snake drilled into Yang Lan's sea of consciousness along the connection between the two people's sea of consciousness. Giving him a taste of his own medicine, Yang Chen used the technique of the Great Free Demon Heart Sutra learned from the virtual sea of consciousness and began to control Yang Lan in turn. As soon as the spiritual awareness snake drilled into Yang Lan's sea of consciousness, it planned to do the same. The spiritual awareness silk cultivated by the three purities secret art was much stronger than that cultivated by the Great Free Demon Heart Sutra. Yang Chen had also greatly improved his technique, at least in the kind of silent integration process. Yang Lan would not be in a coma and would not lose his mind. This was the gap between Yang Chen and Yang Lan. Yang Chen's plan was perfect. As long as it could be completed, Yang Lan would become a spy inside the Zhao family. He would tell Yang Chen about the movements of the Zhao family anytime and anywhere. So far, the plan has been implemented perfectly, and only the last step could be completed. However, when Yang Chen's spiritual awareness silk was about to begin to diverge into Yang Lan's sea of consciousness, Yang Chen suddenly found an anomaly. Chapter 2022. Yang Lan's sea of consciousness seemed to be normal. However, Yang Chen, who has studied the virtual sea of consciousness for many years, is very keen to find that in some respects, Yang Lan's sea of consciousness and the virtual sea of consciousness in his own sea of consciousness have a little in common. Yang Chen was a cautious person. In the absence of full certainty, Yang Chen would rather give up this opportunity than easily disturb Yang Lan. Stopping his own actions, Yang Chen carefully observed the situation in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness several times, and finally made a judgment with a high probability. This situation in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness was probably the same as Yang Chen's. It was quietly controlled by the means of the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra. However, the master who controlled Yang Lan's cultivation base was definitely much higher than Yang Lan's, and his technique was several times more subtle. Even if he controlled Yang Lan, he did not let Yang Lan notice a little abnormality. This was originally what Yang Chen intended to do, but he did not expect that it would be done first. Yang Lan, who was originally the controller, was actually controlled by an unknown master, and then Yang Chen came to the door. Was there anything more dramatic than this? Of course, for Yang Lan, it was definitely a tragedy. Unfortunately, he had not realized it. Yang Chen stopped and once again carefully studied the unknown master's method of controlling Yang Lan. For so many years, Yang Chen's research on the virtual sea of consciousness made Yang Chen have a deep understanding of the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra. Even because of the cultivation of the three purities secret art, Yang Chen's understanding of the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra may be stronger than Yang Lan. Now Yang Chen can be sure that the technique in Yang Lan's sea of consciousness is not out of the scope of the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra. The other party is using the Great Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra, and it is even likely that he learned it from Yang Lan. However, the cultivation base of the other party was much higher than that of Yang Shi. The magic power displayed from the other party's hands was stronger and more hidden than that of Yang Shi. The reason why Yang Chen couldn't be sure at the beginning was because the other party's spiritual consciousness was not cultivated from the Great Unfettered Devil Heart Sutra, but rather used his own spiritual consciousness to simulate the technique of the Great Unfettered Devil Heart Sutra, causing a certain degree of difference, which interfered with Yang Chen's judgment. After confirming this, Yang Chen knew that the other party's understanding of the Great Boundless Demon Heart Sutra was not above his own. Whether it was Yang Lan or the unknown master, they had never personally felt the feeling of being controlled by the Great Free Demon Heart Sutra. Naturally, their understanding was not as deep as Yang Chen's. Of course, Yang Lan was controlled by an unknown master, but he did not know and had no chance to feel it. Noticing that his opponent's technique was very ordinary, Yang Chen found something he could manipulate. The spiritual awareness snake slowly explored the surroundings along the edge of Yang Lan's sea of consciousness. After wrapping and piling up a large piece at the edge of the surrounding, It began to integrate into Yanglan's sea of consciousness little by little. Yang Qin carefully controlled the spiritual awareness snake to bypass the area controlled by the master. The great Free Demon Heart Sutra's control of the puppet was said to be completely integrated into the puppet's sea of consciousness. But neither Yanglan nor the unknown master's spiritual awareness could achieve Yang Chen's subtlety. The spiritual awareness could pass through the subtleties of their fusion without disturbing both sides. Because of such a small accident, Yang Chen maintained the posture of practicing the three purities secret art in the Dragon Palace for more than a month before completing the entire process of controlling Yanglan's sea of consciousness. Naturally, the unknown master did not fall behind. Several of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness threads have been completely disguised as Yanglan's spiritual awareness and connected with several key points of the other party. It was not known the identity of this unknown master, but it was nothing more than a master of the Zhao family. Yanglan thought that he had some status in the Zhao family. Unfortunately, he never understood that, from the beginning to the end, he was just a puppet controlled by the Zhao family to give advice. All his conspiracies were probably in front of the eyes of the Zhao family. From these points of contact, Yang Qin found a little taste of the Dragon Clan. Although it would not be reflected in the spiritual awareness, Yang Qin had too much contact with the Dragon Clan, and it was a little too familiar. Yang Chen suspected that the one who controlled Yanglan was the Dragon Clan master of the Zhao family, and one of them. Yang Chen was hesitating whether to test it or not. But Yang Chen was afraid that his easy test would let the other party perceive his existence. It was not easy to enter Yanglan's sea of consciousness. Once it was seen through, wouldn't it fall short of success? But soon, Yang Chen found a good way. Since the other party was a Dragon Clan, Yang Chen only needed to let Yanglan think about the Dragon Clan in his mind, and the other party could easily perceive it. If the other party was a Dragon Clan, there would be a reaction to Yanglan's rebellious thoughts. Although the other party might have already perceived Yanglan's thoughts, if Yanglan's imagination was a little crazy, it might not be impossible to make the other party react a little. In this way, Yang Chen would also have the opportunity to explore the depth of the other party. Imitating Yanglan's method at that time, Yang Chen directly gave a command to Yanglan's mind. Yang Chen caught the Dragon Clan. This was the task that Yanglan left for Yang Chen at that time. The dragon snaring lasso was left for Yang Chen because of this. One day, when Ao Lan and Ao Lai came to Yang Chen's side, Yang Chen would suddenly make a move. Yang Lan was completely unaware of the fact that he was being controlled. He just suddenly thought that if Yang Chen caught two Dragon Clan masters, and one of them was at least at the Golden Immortal level, then the Morong sisters would offer him a Golden Immortal level dragon puppet. With two Golden Immortal level experts and a Celestial Immortal level dragon master, the Zhao family would definitely be able to destroy them, right? The Zhao family would definitely be controlled by him. Yanglan's fantasies were a little exaggerated. It was said that the Golden Immortal level Dragon Master was still a woman. After a period of debauchery, Yanglan, who relied on female cultivators to successfully cultivate the great unfettered Devil Heart Sutra, immediately had some thoughts about Aolan that he should not have. At this moment, Yanglan's sea of consciousness vaguely transmitted a thought with a little anger. In just a moment, Yanglan seemed to suddenly think of the power of the Dragon Clan. He quickly broke away from that exaggerated state of fantasies. He looked around guiltily. When he found that no one was paying attention to him, he felt relieved. However, in his heart, he gave himself a little warning. He could not be too careless. He could not have any improper thoughts about the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, he would die before he could succeed. That would not be worth the loss. Yanglan thought that his thoughts were normal. However, Yang Chen got what he wanted to know from the movement just now. The other party must be an expert of the Dragon Clan, the pride of the Dragon Clan. Even if they were enemies, they would not want their enemies to be humiliated by an ant-like fellow. This is interesting. Yang Chen's face suddenly had a little smile. Chapter 2023. There was also a mysterious master of the dragon clan behind Yanglan, which made Yang Qin a little surprised, but also a little excited. Unexpectedly, his inadvertent operation could also catch a big fish. Yang Chen's hard work this month was not in vain. With such a mysterious master behind him, Yang Qin couldn't beat the grass and startle the snake. Therefore, the spiritual awareness snake immediately lurked quietly and did not move, waiting for Yang Chen's next action. The healing heart pill recipe had been finally determined. Compared with the healing heart pill in his previous life, the healing heart pill optimized by Yang Qin was better. The feeling of taking it was very similar to the refining heart pill, but there was no trouble of being addicted to the medicine. Even if it was taken for a long time, there was no need to worry about addiction. Of course, the healing heart pill was only a means to alleviate the addiction of the refining heart pill. The most important thing was the free and unfettered secret art. The free and unfettered secret art was the feeling of one's own cultivation. There was no need to worry about any external interference, nor would one be addicted to anything. This was the safest stage of the secret art. However, Yang Qin still cautiously waited for half a year, waiting until all the cultivators who participated in the trial were no longer troubled by the refining heart pill under the dual effects of the healing heart pill and the free and unfettered secret art. Even if they were directly bathed in the medicine, there would be no problem. Only then did he officially push out the healing heart pill recipe and the free and unfettered secret art. The healing heart pill was Yang Chen's credit, but the free and unfettered secret art was the result of the joint research of the Xian Immortal elders of the major sect. On the surface, Yang Chen only cared about alchemy. Everything seemed normal, and no one would find it strange. No one dared to question the free and unfettered secret art. That was the credit of the Xian Immortal elders of the major sect. Questioning the free and unfettered secret art was questioning them. There were no fools among the cultivators. The pill recipe and the secret art had been launched, and they were immediately enthusiastically pursued by countless cultivators. The refining heart pill had now become the heart demon of many cultivators. If the troubles of the refining heart pill were not solved, many cultivators would not dare to go out. Yang Qin and the other major sects' medicinal pills and martial arts manuals had become their life-saving straws. Once they had been tested, they were immediately praised. Unfortunately, the effect was not immediate. Even if the heart-healing pill and the unfettered mantra could replace the heart-refining pill, there was no need to worry about people becoming addicted to it. However, this process still required a certain amount of time. Calculating it, those cultivators would need at least 2 years, or even longer, to completely quit their addiction to the heart-refining pill. For cultivators, 2 years was not a long time. For the more powerful ones, a casual retreat could last for tens or even hundreds of years. Most importantly, solving the problem of the heart-tempering pill was what everyone was concerned about. By relying on the heart-healing pill and the unfettered art, he believed that he would be able to restore the spiritual realm to its former glory very soon. Once all the demonic beasts in the trial grounds were wiped out, the demonic tribulation would come to an end. It had been more than 800 years, which was less than 200 years compared to his previous life. Moreover, in his previous life, the trial grounds had not been wiped out. Instead, they had continued to maintain the demonic beasts in the trial grounds. The only difference was that the major sect controlled the trial grounds. Now, cultivators could enter and exit the trial grounds at any time. The major sect finally let go of their worries. With the heart-healing pill and the unfettered art, their disciples no longer had to worry about problems with their cultivation. They also no longer had to worry about being plotted against. What made the major sect feel especially proud was that the unfettered art, which solved the root of the problem, was the work of the elders they had sent out. There was no need to worry about any traps. The experts of the Mysterious Heaven sect were especially satisfied. Those who had taken the heart-refining pill felt like they had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation and needed to break through. After experiencing this, their stagnant cultivation began to show signs of improvement. It had to be said that even though many people had taken the heart-refining pill, there was a world of difference between taking it while knowing the consequences and taking it passively without knowing the consequences. Aside from the experts of the major sect, keeping a close eye on the core of the trial grounds, the spiritual realm had basically returned to its peaceful state. All the cultivators were hiding in their own territories, quietly recuperating while licking their wounds, waiting for the next wave of battle. The battle with the Zhao family would not easily stop, and all the sect knew this. Right now, it was just the calm before the storm. Whether it was the Zhao family or the other cultivators, they would not give up. However, no one knew when the next battle would break out. Everyone understood that once the battle began, whether it was an expert or a weakling, the final deciding factor was their own cultivation. That was why so many people had used the heart-refining pill to cultivate. In fact, they were all fighting for their own future. The heart-refining pill had already been proven to be a trap, so everyone used the unfettered art. After all, in terms of credibility, the experts of the major sect were much more trustworthy than the Zhao family. Yang Chen's cultivation during this time was also to improve his cultivation base. The speed of absorbing the fire seed to improve his cultivation base was much faster than normal cultivation. Yang Chen was not impatient. After solving the matter of refining the heart pills, he was not in a hurry to cultivate with all the girls. He did not go out of the door and did not step out of the door. He was like a lady from a noble family. The short-term goal was to improve his spiritual awareness to the golden immortal realm as soon as possible, so that he could cause the spiritual awareness to split again and reach the 6th level of the 3 purities secret art. At that time, Yang Chen's 3rd primordial spirit could become the artifact spirit of the Mountain River geographical map, in charge of the world of the Mountain River geographical map, and in charge of the heavenly Tao of that world. This goal was not very far away. After so many years of cultivation, Yang Chen and the women's spiritual awareness had steadily improved together. They had returned to the level of peak Xian Immortal, only one step away from entering the golden immortal realm. Ao Lan and Ao Lai, who had disappeared for a long time, finally appeared again and were soon welcomed into the Dragon Palace. As soon as they met, Ao Lai first presented a small and exquisite palace to Yang Chen like a treasure. He asked for credit loudly. "Here, this is the golden dragon palace you want." Yang Chen's 5 elements dragon palace had already obtained 4 attributes. He only needed the metal attribute to be complete. Last time, Ao Lan promised Yang Chen to help Yang Chen find a golden dragon palace. He really did not break his promise. As soon as the golden dragon palace appeared, the one who reacted the fastest was not Yang Chen, but Xiao Tian. His figure appeared outside the dragon pagoda and swallowed the small dragon palace into his abdomen. After a while, he spat it out. There was no dragon aura on the golden dragon palace. The missing corner of the 5 elements dragon palace was finally completed, forming a complete cycle of 5 elements. Xiao Tian placed the dragon pagoda on the base of the golden dragon palace almost without stopping, and then began the process of refining and fusing crazily. "Big sister, did you find any clues on this trip?" Yang Chen did not need to pay too much attention to the 5 elements dragon palace. Xiao Tian would refine them. Yang Chen only cared about what Ao Lan found when she went back to understand the situation. Chapter 2024. One of my companions told me that there was a traitor in the dragon race. Ao Lan spoke very directly. She knew the importance of the matter, so she did not beat around the bush. It is said that he is of the wood attribute. The dragon palace that Yang Chen obtained last time was the wood dragon palace. This feature could basically be matched. That was to say, there was a high chance that one of the mysterious dragon race experts of the Zhao clan was this traitor. However, there are not many records of him. Everyone does not know much about him. They are all rumors. No one has seen him before. Aolan was clearly not very happy. Perhaps it was because she did not have more information. It is said that the traitor was imprisoned in a secret formation by a dragon race senior a long time ago. Logically speaking, he should not have been able to escape. There is nothing impossible in this world. Yang Qin sighed, not to mention being imprisoned in a formation. The dragon puppet was refined into a puppet and then sealed in a formation. Didn't he still manage to dig it out? This world did not lack anything, much less accidents. Aolan did not seem to want to doubt the dragon race senior. However, she could not refute it. Actually, she had already thought of this possibility in the depths of her heart. She just did not want to admit it verbally. At least, it has not been proven yet, Aolan argued stubbornly. However, she was not as confident as she thought. How can it be proven? Yang Qin countered with a question. Then he asked, "What exactly did he do to make you think that he is a traitor of the dragon race?" "He killed another heavily injured dragon race expert," Aolan answered subconsciously. After she answered, she realized that this should be a secret of the dragon race. It should not be announced to the public. Fortunately, there was only Yang Chen and Aolai here. There should not be any problems. Since he had already revealed the most important part, there was no need to hide anything else. It wouldn't have mattered if he had killed an enemy, but that expert of the dragon clan was his companion. Later, when the other elders of the dragon clan found out about it, they punished him heavily and sealed him away. Speaking of which, he should be considered our senior. Aolan was somewhat dispirited. Yang Chen was very tactful as he served up the jade dragon wine. After Aolan opened it and guzzled it, he calmed down. "Big sister, if you want to know the answer, there is only one way." Yang Chen waited for Aolan to calm down before saying slowly, "Let's go to that sealed place and take a look." "Someone has already gone over to check." Aolai interjected from the side. Seeing that Aolan did not show any unhappy expression, he continued, "However, we will only know after some time." When Yang Chen heard this, he couldn't help but have some complaints about the dragon race's confidence. Since they were going to imprison an extremely dangerous person, why did they have to believe that a sealing formation would be effective for a long time? Couldn't they just send an expert to watch over them or just kill them? Since this fellow was already a traitor, what was the point of keeping him around? He couldn't help but ask. Aolai was basically just a bystander. He did not know the ins and outs of this at all. Only Aolan could explain. "That guy is the legitimate son of one of our seniors. It was that senior who personally imprisoned and sealed him." Aolan also sighed slightly. Then, she said somewhat unnaturally, "That senior once took good care of me." The dragon race was also a group of cultivators. There was a normal difference in intimacy. It was unavoidable for such a thing to happen. Yang Qin could not help smiling bitterly. What was going on? Shao Qin even felt that it was very possible that there was no accident in the sealing formation that imprisoned that fellow. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Could it be that the dragon race was an exception? Aolan probably understood all this, which was why she felt this was somewhat difficult. "What are your plans for now?" Yang Chen decided to wait for news from the dragon race to arrive first. He would not tell Aolan about what he discovered in his sea of consciousness for now. He would wait until the news was confirmed before doing anything else. Right now, he had to ask big sister Aolan about her plans first. Waiting for news. Aolan was in a very bad mood. She said bitterly, "I'll just help you merge the divine dragon palace here. I'm afraid that I will get angry when I find out. That would be disrespectful to that senior." "Is that senior still in the spiritual realm?" Yang Chen asked carefully. "He ascended long ago," Aolan replied. Yang Chen heaved a long sigh. He thought back to the dragon race cultivators that he had killed for a long time. There did not seem to be many of them. He did not know if the senior that Aolan mentioned was among them. Since Aolan was not in the spiritual realm, some things would be easier to handle. Otherwise, Aolan might not be able to get over this. In that case, Big Sister can stay here. Yang Chen extended an invitation very generously. The 5-element Dragon Palace is probably suitable for Big Sister as well. You can stay wherever you want. If you do not want to stay in the sect, we can go to the Hatred-Parting Sea. Or, if Big Sister is interested, you can go to the Mountain River geographical map and enjoy being a Dragon King. Before Aolan expressed a stance, Aolai had already jumped out happily. Aolai was also a royal member of the dragon race. It was not wrong to call him a Dragon King. Ever since he became a spiritual body, he had not felt that feeling for many years already. The moment Yang Chen mentioned it, Aolai could not help wanting to go to the Mountain River geographical map. Aolan waved her hand impatiently, indicating that she did not care about Aolai's business. Aolai immediately went to look for Gong Sunling in high spirits, leaving Aolan to face Yang Chen alone. When necessary, killing a traitor shouldn't have much psychological pressure, right? Yang Chen was enlightening on the side. It's not me, it's you. Aolan suddenly said inexplicably, causing Yang Chen to be confused and at a loss. You spoiled his plans several times. He will probably target you. Aolan raised her head and looked at Yang Chen, seemingly wanting to see Yang Chen's worried expression. However, Aolan was disappointed. Yang Chen's expression did not change at all. That is to be expected. Yang Chen smiled and suddenly bowed to Aolan. Many thanks for Big Sister's care. Yang Chen is very grateful. Aolan did not want to stay because she was in a bad mood. It was clear that she was afraid that something bad would happen to Yang Chen when he met that dragon race expert. That was why she found a reason to stay. Yang Chen was very grateful for this friendship. Big Sister, rest assured and stay here. After Yang Chen thanked Aolan, he immediately said, Coincidentally, there are some cultivation matters that I still need to consult Big Sister about. The dragon confining formation has already been broken by Aling. Big Sister does not need to worry about that formation anymore. This surprised Aolan. Yang Chen's violent method was not suitable for them. Unexpectedly, Gong Sunling managed to solve this mystery. However, this was a good thing for the dragon race. Indeed, Aolan was very happy. Furthermore, there is something that I need to let Big Sister know. Yang Chen intended to let Aolan know about Yanglan's plans. Chapter 2025. Outsiders did not know that Yanglan had used a Chunying Palace disciple to plot against Yang Chen. Yang Chen only told Aolan that part. When he mentioned that Yanglan wanted to leave behind the dragon snaring lasso to capture Aolan and Aolai in one fell swoop, Aolan's eyes burned with rage. Aolan could accept the fact that a dragon race expert of the Zhao clan had designs on the dragon race. After all, the other party was from the dragon race. He was a traitor of the dragon race and had done such a thing in the past. However, who was this Yanglan? He was just an ant-like thing, and he dared to have designs on the dragon race? Was he tired of living? Where is this fellow? On the spot. Aolan wanted to make a move and kill this fellow who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Only after Yang Chen persuaded him in every possible way did he calm down. Big Sister, the main point is not this Yanglan. Yang Chen pushed Aolan back to his seat and served him a cup of fragrant tea. Then he slowly advised, What I mean is you all always treat the dragon coiling grass as a worry. Every time you are restrained by it, this is not a solution, right? In that case, do you have any good ideas? Aolan asked Yang Chen in a bad mood. Yang Chen was not of the dragon race. Naturally, he did not think that the dragon coiling grass was that impressive. However, as a member of the dragon race, how could he not know the dangers of the dragon coiling grass? The dragon race had already spent a lot of effort to eradicate the dragon coiling grass. However, there were no absolutes in the world. After spending so much effort, they still could not completely eradicate the dragon coiling grass. There would always be some seeds left. The Zhao family had quite a few of them. It was likely that the Dragon Clan's expert had no choice but to obey the Zhao family because the dragon coiled grass was in the hands of the Zhao family. That is what I think. Yang Qin ignored Ao Lan's resentment. He said calmly, "Big sister, look. Tigers and leopards will always kill cows and sheep. However, after cultivating to a certain realm, tigers and leopards become prey. Grass and trees are the same. You must have seen the old tree demon and Mu Bo in my sect. They used to be natural enemies. Didn't they kill each other whenever they wanted? Even cows, goats, and grass are like this. Could it be that the dignified dragon clan is helpless against the dragon in tangled grass?" These words already contained a hint of provocation. After Yang Qin finished speaking, he looked at Ao Lan's expression to see how she would react. Ao Lan let out a long sigh. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "After the ancestors of the dragon race discovered the dangers of the dragon coiling grass, they immediately ordered all the dragon race to exterminate the dragon race to prevent the descendants of the dragon race from being harmed by the dragon coiling grass. Furthermore, he also issued a ban. Descendants of the dragon clan are forbidden from refining and using dragon entanglement grass. Otherwise, they would be considered traitors of the dragon clan and could be executed by anyone. Do you really think that the dragon clan traitor became a traitor just because he killed a companion?" At this moment, Ao Lan finally revealed the true secrets of the dragon race. He used a magic treasure refined from the dragon coiling grass to kill his companion. That was how he became a traitor. So, when you see the dragon coiling grass, you exterminate it, but never thought of how to deal with it? Yang Qin asked, understanding what Ao Lan meant. This time, Ao Lan did not say anything. She only nodded, answering Yang Qin's question. Pedantic, Yang Qin criticized rudely. "That dragon race ancestor of yours is a stubborn old man. You descendants are all hypocrites. Serves you right to be restrained by the dragon coiling grass." How could Ao Lan endure Yang Qin scolding the dragon race ancestor? She immediately became enraged. If not for the fact that Yang Qin did not mean to offend her, she might have immediately pounced forward and taught Yang Qin a lesson. "You dare to insult my dragon race ancestor!" Ao Lan shouted angrily at Yang Qin. Stubborn old man and hypocrites. This was simply an insult to the entire dragon race. I have already killed more than 1 or 2 dragon race ancestors. Yang Qin did not back down. He stood up and slammed the table. "Don't talk about insulting me. So what if I kill them?" When Yang Qin slammed the table, Ao Lan became even more enraged. However, she restrained herself and did not make a move. She and Yang Qin glared at each other across the table. If there were knives in their eyes, they would have exchanged many moves already. "I said that you are stubborn, but you refuse to admit it. No wonder the dragon race is declining, not even daring to show their faces in the spiritual realm." Yang Qin seemed to be purposely provoking Ao Lan. He said loudly, "Human cultivators even dared to rebel against the heavenly court in the immortal realm. When I was just an ordinary person, I even dared to kill the Jade Emperor and the Tao Ancestor. Yet you, the mighty dragon race, are hiding in your little nest and trembling at the mere dragon coiling grass. Is that very honorable? That is the ancestral teaching." Ao Lan started to shrink back when Yang Qin shouted. After stammering out a few words, her voice got softer and softer until she could not continue. Yang Qin was right. Human cultivators even dared to rebel against the heavenly court. What was the ancestral teaching? Of course, they had to follow it. However, if it was wrong or limited, could it be that they had to cling to the ancestral teaching and allow the descendants of the dragon race to be restrained by the dragon coiling grass? That was not enough. Yang Qin seemed to want to convince Ao Lan in one go. So, he directly pulled Ao Lan to Sun Qingshue's room. When Sun Qingxue saw her husband and elder sister Ao Lan coming over, she was about to say something. However, Yang Chen waved his hand to stop her. Little Shui, show elder sister Aolan how you usually cultivate, Yang Chen instructed Sun Qingxue. Call Xiao Tian over as well. Aolan was wondering why Sun Qingxue called Xiao Tian over when she was cultivating. The scene before her caused her expression to change. Sun Qingxue did not say anything and sat down cross-legged. Xiao Tian also quickly flew from the dragon pagoda to Sun Qingxue's side. After that, a scarlet vine came out of Sun Qingxue's body. In just a moment, the vine wrapped around Sun Qingxue and Xiao Tian tightly. With Aolan's eyesight, she could tell at a glance that the scarlet vine was clearly a combination of several super plants. She could recognize the blood demon vine, the blue jade vine, and the dragon coiling grass. There was also another unknown, but seemingly extremely powerful vine. She could not name it, but it was the demon-eating vine. The blood demon vine and the demon-eating vine were sucking Sun Qingxue's blood and eating Sun Qingxue's flesh. However, Sun Qingxue was using her own cultivation to fight against the two. Xiao Tian was also entangled by the dragon coiling grass. Even the blood demon vine was sucking his blood and eating his flesh. Similarly, he was also using the unique cultivation method of the dragon race to fight against it. Only the blue jade vine would help Sun Qingxue and Xiao Tian when necessary. At other times, it was basically Sun Qingxue and Xiao Tian who were fighting against it. Aolan never thought that the youngest Sun Qingxue, who had always been delicate, would cultivate so desperately. Because of this, Sun Qingxue, who did not have the dragon race's life source magic weapon and did not have any advantages, had been consistent with the other girls in terms of cultivation. This was not without reason. There was no luck in success. How much you pay, how much you can reap. Chapter 2026. Sun Qingxue's desperate move moved Aolan, because Sun Qingxue would be swallowed by the blood phantom vine and the demon-eating vine if she did not pay attention. However, Xiao Tian's performance made Aolan feel a little embarrassed. Xiao Tian had the bloodline of Yazi. It was said to be a dragon, but after all, it was still slightly not pure enough. For a long time, Aolan regarded Xiao Tian as a lucky person who was discovered by Yang Qin and then was lucky enough to take charge of the Dragon Tower. Everything was luck. But now she saw that Xiao Tian was restrained by the dragon grass and also had to fight against the blood phantom vine and the demon-eating vine. That kind of effort made Aolan no longer simply regard Xiao Tian as a bastard. At this moment, in Aolan's eyes, Xiao Tian was even more shameful than most of the dragon experts. After Yang Qin got the dragon grass and gave it to Sun Qingxue, Yang Qin asked Xiao Tian to cultivate together with Sun Qingxue. The dragon clan could not always regard the dragon grass as a natural enemy to restrain themselves. They had to find a way to overcome it. Xiao Tian was not born as a Yazi, but with a trace of the bloodline that no one would notice. Relying on the blood essence of the howling celestial dog found by Yang Qin, Xiao Tian was awakened with the Yazi bloodline and became a real Yazi. This also made Xiao Tian never get any ancestral teachings. Naturally, he never followed the rules of the dragon clan. It was easy to accept Yang Qin's suggestion. When the dragon grass appeared for the first time, Xiao Tian tasted that kind of taste once and was very unhappy. Now his efforts were to adapt to the dragon grass first, and then slowly achieve the goal of being able to resist or even ignore the dragon grass. The reason was easy to understand. As long as Aolan saw this scene, she would know what Yang Qin and Xiao Tian were planning. But it was precisely because of this that Aolan felt ashamed. Even a small bastard Yazi had such determination and perseverance, and even had such action. But they, as the dignified dragon clan and the royal family, were actually not as good as Xiao Tian. It was shameful to think about it. If we succeed, maybe we can use Yanglan to enter the Zhao family. Yang Qin did not forget to add fuel to the fire. He said to Aolan, perhaps we might even be able to see that dragon race traitor. Seeing that Aolan was already somewhat moved, Yang Qin added, Of course, the dragon race would not have to worry about the restraints of the dragon entanglement grass in the future. This would be a great matter for the dragon race, right? Call Aolai back. Let's try it together. Aolan finally made his decision. However, the moment he spoke, he included Aolai as well. What a pitiful fellow. Up until now, he still didn't have any autonomy. Aolai reluctantly joined the group that cultivated with Sun Qingxue and began the arduous process of training against the dragon coiling grass. What Yang Chen did not expect was that with the addition of Aolan and Aolai, the jasper dragon coiling demonic vine planted in Sun Qingxue soared to an inconceivable level after obtaining the blood of peak heaven immortal and peak golden immortal experts. Even Bai's main body was fortunate enough to share the taste of peak heaven immortal and peak golden immortal dragon blood. As a result, Bai's main body's cultivation soared to the heaven immortal realm. This was the result of only digesting half of Aolai's blood. He believed that when Bai was able to restrain Aolan's blood, the item spirit would undergo tribulation again. Sun Qingxue also obtained a huge opportunity. One had to know that the jasper dragon coiling demonic vine had always been planted in Sun Qingxue's body. For more than 1,000 years, it relied on Sun Qingxue's flesh and blood essence to nourish it. It was already more of a life treasure than a life treasure, especially when it was alive. When the jasper dragon coiling demonic vine's realm soared, it also led to the rapid improvement of Sun Qingxue's cultivation. In the beginning, the powerful spiritual power consumed almost drained the spiritual vein under Sun Qingxue. If Sun Qingxue had not been in the Dragon Palace, there would not be a lack of spiritual power at all. Maybe it would have failed because of the lack of spiritual power. Yang Chen did not expect such a situation. Originally, it was to let Aolan and Aolai overcome the restraint of the jasper dragon coiling grass. He did not expect that his wife's cultivation would also increase. Yang Chen simply looked forward to such a thing. It would be best if it happened to everyone he knew. Because of the changes of the jasper dragon coiling demonic vine, it took Sun Qingxue almost a year to absorb spiritual power to enhance her cultivation in the Dragon Palace. When Sun Qingxue finished absorbing and stood up, Yang Chen could already feel the tribulation clouds gathering outside the Dragon Palace. Without any preparation, Sun Qingxue stepped out of the Dragon Palace confidently. On the ground of the Chunyang Palace, she faced thousands of heaven's tribulations and threw herself into it. The cultivators who were lucky enough to watch the ceremony didn't see Sun Qingxue's figure. They only saw countless heavenly tribulations rushing madly in one direction, and then they felt a strong vitality, thriving. All the heavenly tribulations seemed to have become a great tonic, and one by one, they were thrown into that vitality. Finally, the tribulation clouds dissipated, and the cultivators in the distance only saw a graceful figure. The figure did not stay for long and disappeared quickly, causing the cultivators to keep discussing. Looking at the level of heaven's tribulation, it should be a human immortal tribulation. However, looking at the number of heaven's tribulations, no one knew what realm it should be. As for who was going through the tribulation, no one knew. Sun Qingxue, who rushed back to the Dragon Palace, could not hide the joy on her face. The increase in cultivation was not a big deal. What was important was that she was very clear that the jade, dragon-coiled, blood demon vine had only absorbed less than half of the blood of the 2 Dragon Clan experts. There was still great potential for it to improve in the future. Aolan and Aolai finally began to temper the dragon-coiled grass. Like Xiao Tian, their whole body was entangled by the dragon-coiled grass and could not move. Then, under such a situation, they tried everything to resist. This situation was like dancing with shackles. However, when Aolai completely adapted to the dragon-coiled grass and was no longer affected by it, he believed that Aolai could also enter the Xian immortal realm. Xiao Tian was lucky to get Aolan and Aolai's life essence. He directly entered the dragon pagoda to refine it. If Ao Lan and Ao Lai's life essence could be completely refined, Shao Tian's cultivation could definitely rush to the heaven immortal realm. Yang Qin did not fall behind the benefits. The Emu flying sword, which was the blood demon vine flying sword, ate a dragon's blood meal, and then became the great Yin Yang Five Elements flying sword, the most lethal flying sword. When a Xian immortal encountered a body of flesh and blood, as long as the Emu flying sword cut the skin, it was inevitable that all the blood in the body would be sucked out in an instant. Even a Xian immortal realm expert would inevitably be eaten by the blood demon vine flying sword, causing the opponent's combat power to plummet. In the peace of the spiritual world, Yang Chen's family continued to cultivate calmly and orderly. Yang Chen's spiritual sense cultivation was also rising steadily, getting closer to the edge of splitting again. Chapter 2027. In the past 2 years, the spiritual world had been calm, and the Zhao family had not made any trouble. Perhaps they were being watched closely, so it was not easy for the Zhao family to come out. In the past, when there was a trial site, a large area was not restricted, so the Zhao family could come and go as they pleased. Now there was no trial site as a buffer, and only the invisible barrier was left as the boundary between the two sides. If they were watched closely, it was not easy for them to come out. However, there was nothing absolute in the world. The invisible barrier alone was hundreds of thousands of miles long. Even if the major sect watched it closely, it was impossible for them to completely guard it. Moreover, no one dared to use their divine sense there, lest they were killed by the invisible barrier. This also led to the surveillance being just a superficial job. If the Zhao family really wanted to come out, they had a way. The only possibility was that the Zhao family had been greatly weakened after losing more than 3,000 core masters. These days, they were also recuperating and storing up energy, waiting for the day to come out. The more it was like this, the more the major sect dared not to take it lightly. Each sect had thousands of Xian immortal masters secretly guarding the sect at all times, for fear of being raided by the Zhao family. According to the situation that the Zhao family had shown before, if they concentrated their strength to raid a sect, the result would probably be different. The major sect had a lot of assets, so they were naturally very nervous to prevent trouble. However, other small sect was different. Anyway, as long as the other side had the intention, they could destroy their sect at any time, so there was no such pressure. Such a small sect also needed someone who could take a fancy to it. Chunyang Palace was a little embarrassed. It was not big, but it was not small either. It could barely be regarded as a first-class sect, but the number of top masters was still too few. This could not be solved in a short time. After all, Chunyang Palace had only been in the spiritual world for 1,000 years, and its foundation was too weak. Fortunately, there was an earth dragon, which built the core gate in the belly of the earth dragon. It could move around the spiritual veins at any time, and it was born with the instinct of hiding. If there was an emergency, the disciples of Chunyang Palace could avoid disaster if they were clever, but it was hard to say for the gate. From the beginning to the present, the gate of Chunyang Palace had been destroyed several times, and even the disciples of Chunyang Palace had gotten used to it. If one were to talk about the sect that had the most mountain gates destroyed in the spiritual realm, it would probably be the Chunyang Palace. The Zhao family had given up, and all the other parties were eager for that to happen. Although the sect's losses weren't as great as the Zhao clans, they were, after all, hundreds of Xian immortal experts. How much resources would it take to nurture one of them? Even the loss of one disciple was enough to make the major sect's hearts ache, let alone losing hundreds of disciples at once. The irreconcilable hatred had been sown, and now all that was left was to wait for the final showdown. The major sects had also sent out many formation masters to study the Zhao family's barrier. Once the barrier was broken, it was the moment of life and death for both sides. Yang Chen did not care about this. In his memory, the heart-refining pill only appeared 200 years after the demonic calamity. The heart refinement pill was popular for more than 100 years before it was discovered that there was a problem with it. In this life, all these had changed, and even Yang Qin did not know what would happen in the future. Fortunately, although some big things had changed, some things would not change. For example, some hidden Immortal's caves, some hidden magic weapons which had not appeared in the world, were basically still in their original places, waiting for Yang Qin to pick them up. In Yang Chen's memory, there were still a few good places that could be called sanctuary blessings. Now that there was no demonic calamity and there were no crazy monsters all over the place, it was just the right time to collect them. The Immortal's caves in the sect were enough. So these Immortal's caves were suitable to be used to expand the world of the Mountain River geographical map. Anyway, Yang Chen had made up his mind. If the third primordial spirit wanted to be the artifact spirit of the Mountain River geographical map, then everything must be arranged. Yang Chen had a feeling that perhaps after becoming the artifact spirit of the Mountain River geographical map, comprehending the heavenly Tao would be a great opportunity. As Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation became stronger and stronger, the Mountain River geographical map was getting closer and closer to becoming an independent world. Some things had to be planned as early as possible. The Mountain River geographical map would be integrated with the heavenly tribulation sooner or later. It would be too late to plan after the heavenly tribulation. So many things had to be done in advance. The palace master of the Chunyang Palace in the mortal world, Shanghai Feng, had already ascended. At the same time, several of Yang Chen's friends, Wang Yuan, Du Qian, and several servants who first served Yang Chen, Shinda, Gukun, Hilian, and Yuanting, also ascended. At the same time, there were also a large number of younger disciples, and there were also many in the Hall of Eccentrics. In terms of cultivation, they were at the bottom of the spiritual world, the human immortal grade 2 and grade 3, which was much worse than Yang Chen in the past. However, when these people were combined, they were a complete high-level core of the Chunyang Palace. Of course, this referred to when they were in the mortal world. In the spiritual world, if this group of people wanted to stand out, it was estimated that they could only wait for the palace master Wang Yong and the other older generation to ascend. But Yang Qin did not want to waste their talents. As a result, this group of people entered the Mountain River geographical map. Sooner or later, the Mountain River geographical map would be a world, so the billions of spiritual world natives inside could not be wasted. This group of Yang Chen's friends and disciples, after entering the Mountain River geographical map, could display their talents. In the mortal world of the Mountain River geographical map, these people would continue to form the Chunyang Palace, or they would set up their own sections. In the end, those who had a foundation among the spiritual world natives were recruited into their respective sects and instructed them in their cultivation. When the time came, various heavenly tribulations would descend, and so many spiritual world natives would be the reserved disciples of the Chunyang Palace in the future. As soon as this idea was put forward to discuss with the palace master and the others immediately raised their hands in favor. For many years, they have been looking forward to the Chunyang Palace to flourish. With such a good opportunity in front of them, how could they miss it? If it weren't for the fact that the Mountain River geographical map was still incomplete, the palace master even had the intention to move the entire Chunyang Palace into the Mountain River geographical map. Last time, Big Brother Li Chang reminded him that the heavenly law would sometimes be very balanced, so not only did he send these people into the Mountain River geographical map to let them toss and turn, Yang Chen did not forget to let Lady Fanghua and the maids also select suitable people to enter. Of course, the old tree demon and Hou Yin, Shi Kuei, and Xia Sha, who were interested, could also enter at will. In a world, there could not only be Tao sects, demon sects, and monster race. Fortunately, when Gong Sunling collected those creatures in the past, all kinds of animals and plants were involved. As long as the time was right, it was not a problem for the monster race to thrive. The forces of the demon sect and monster race inside were very small, but Yang Chen was not worried. The core of the demon continent must be a demon world, and the exit of the monster beast space must be a monster world. When the time comes to refine and integrate them one by one, Yang Chun would have to worry that the power of the Dao Sex was not big enough. With these, basically, the prototype of a small world was ready, only waiting for the moment when Yang Qin took charge of the heavenly law. Chapter 2028. In the past few days, Yang Qin found that his spirit sense was close to the peak of Xian Immortal when he was dual, cultivating with the girls. He was only a step away from entering the golden immortal level. The girls' spirit sense had also improved, and all of them had entered the peak of Xian Immortal level. Now, only Yang Chun, Gao Yu, and Shi Shanshan were still in the human immortal level. In addition to Yang Qin, Gao Yu and Shi Shanshan were already at the peak of human immortal level, and were only one step away from entering the earth immortal level. Just when Yang Chen's spirit sense finally broke through the bottleneck of Xian Immortal and rushed into the golden immortal level, Gao Yu and Shi Shanshan finally broke through, and the tribulation cloud came at the same time. The two girls were not afraid at all and went through the tribulation at the same time. The power of the tribulation had more than doubled because of this. To the surprise of all the cultivators watching the ceremony, the two girls' tribulation this time was even more dangerous than Sun Qingshue's tribulation. The number of tribulation was also 10 times more than Sun Qingshue's. Gao Yu's water and fire dragon armor surrounded her body, and countless tribulation would disappear when they hit it, as if they were swallowed by the two swords. But Gao Yu did not resist at all. All her mind was controlling the two swords to absorb the power of the heavenly realm and carry out a unique sacrificial refinement. As for the tribulation that fell on Gao Yu, as soon as it got close, it would be shattered by the sword light that suddenly emerged from Gao Yu's body and then completely integrated into her body. These sword lights were the 100 spirits battle armor that Yang Chen gave to Gao Yu later. The reason why Gao Yu did not improve her cultivation was because she had to sacrifice the water and fire dragon armor and the 100 spirits battle armor at the same time. On the other side, countless tribulation also surrounded Shi Shanshan. Shi Shanshan's whole body has been incarnated into a pure and incomparable sword light. All the heavenly tribulations that surrounded her were forced to several feet away by this sword light and could not move forward. With the passage of time, there were more and more heavenly tribulations outside Shi Shanshan's body, directly turning into a huge heavenly tribulation cocoon, wrapping Shi Shanshan in it, only waiting for the last one to break the cocoon and become a butterfly. The horrifying heavenly tribulation lasted for a day and a night, longer than anyone had imagined, to the astonishment of all the cultivators who were watching the ceremony. In the end, both Gao Yu and the 100 spirit battle armor let loose a joyful cry, and all of the heavenly tribulations around them were absorbed by Gao Yu, the dragon horns, and the 100 spirit battle armor. It was as if she had been reborn and became incomparably elegant. As for Shi Shanshan, the heavenly tribulation had already wrapped her up tightly. At the same time as Gao Yu finished, the sky on Shi Shanshan's side suddenly flashed, and a sword chi cut through the giant cocoon and shot straight to the sky. All the heavenly tribulations were smashed by this sword chi and turned into the purest energy, which was absorbed by the sword chi and then returned to Shi Shanshan's body. The tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to be destroyed by the sword chi and disappeared in an instant, leaving only two unreachable beautiful figures floating in the air. Then the two beautiful figures flashed and disappeared. "Husband, you have the worst cultivation." Sun Qingxue watched Gao Yu and Shi Shanshan return to the Dragon Palace and immediately began to tease her husband mischievously. As a result, she was hugged by Yang Qin in his arms, spanked her buttocks, and then kissed several times before letting go. After everyone congratulated Gao Yu and Shi Shanshan, they all looked at Yang Qin. All the women knew that Yang Qin had broken through. So the next step should be to split his divine awareness, and then his third primordial spirit would enter the mountain river geographical map as the device spirit. Big brother, what should I do next? Yang Qin turned to Li Cheng and asked for advice. Over the years, Li Cheng had not gone out to do his own things, and everyone knew that he was waiting for this moment for Yang Qin. Li Cheng did not answer Yang Qin directly, but asked Gong Sunling to send everyone to the Mountain River geographical map. All of you can only watch, only listen, not speak, not move. Can you do it? Li Cheng directly asked the women around Yang Qin. It was related to the safety of their husband. This request was really simple, and the women nodded and agreed. I mean, no matter what happens. Seeing that the women agreed so easily, Li Cheng was not so relieved and immediately emphasized again. Even if you see your husband about to die, you can't act rashly. Can you do it? Li Cheng's words made the women shocked, but out of trust in their husband and brother Li Cheng, everyone nodded and agreed. A cultivator's cultivation itself was very dangerous, and those who did not dare to take this little risk were not worthy of being called cultivators. I will set up an array and use the billions of spiritual wisdom in the entire Mountain River geographical map to help you understand some of the most basic rules of the heavenly Tao. After telling the women, Li Cheng began to tell Yang Qin, you will cultivate to the 6th level in the array. There is only one requirement, no matter what you experience. You must always remember who you are. Once you lose yourself, you are likely to never wake up and become a lost spirit in the Mountain River geographical map. Li Cheng reiterated the seriousness of the problem. With your current cultivation, the possibility of success is not high. Are you sure you want to continue? Husband, don't. Hearing Li Cheng's words, the women were shocked and tried to dissuade him, especially Gong Sunling. It did not matter if the Mountain River geographical map could not become an independent world, but she could not lose her husband. Now everyone began to ponder. Even the Dragon Clan who refined this Mountain River geographical map spent 3 Dragon Clan masters as dragon spirits, and still did not refine the Mountain River geographical map into a world. Yang Qin wanted to complete such a feat with a mere human immortal cultivation. It was really a bit like an ant trying to shake a tree. How could it be easy? If you don't do this, use your 3rd primordial spirit as the spirit of the alchemy furnace. In the future, even in the immortal world, you will have a position as a master. Li Cheng's words were more persuasive, and what he said hit Yang Qin's heart. But even if you do this, there is not much benefit. It is nothing more than a shelter for your family. At most, it will make A Ling's magic weapon more powerful. But once you fail, everything has nothing to do with you. You will become a lost Turing or 2. Li Cheng's voice was full of persuasion. This is not something you have to do. Are you sure you want to do this? When the women heard this, they completely disagreed. Not to mention the possibility of success. The key was that the gains and losses were completely disproportionate. It was not worth it for her husband to do this. Life was very good now. No one wanted to see her husband in danger, especially Gong Sunling. She was even more unwilling to let her husband fall into such a situation for her own magic weapon. Li Cheng did not stop the women's dissuasion, but just quietly waited for Yang Qin to make a decision. Facing the dissuading eyes and words of his wives and concubines, Yang Qin could not help but hesitate in his heart. Chapter 2029. Yang Qin looked at Li Cheng, but Li Cheng didn't give him any hint. It seemed that this kind of thing had to be decided by himself. The 3 dragon spirits all failed. This was not speculation, but a lesson learned from the mistakes of the past. Therefore, the 3 dragon spirits became lost spirits, trapped in the Mountain River geographical map and could never get out. It was easy to think that the cultivation base of the 3 dragon spirits must have been stronger than Yang Qin's current cultivation base. The things that the old Dragon King refined would never be inferior to Swindle, not to mention that this was a world for the dragon race. It could be said that the risk must be great, and it was unimaginably great. Otherwise, Big Brother Li Cheng wouldn't have warned him so seriously. Brotherly, is it that the more spirits in the Mountain River geographical map, the greater the possibility of success for my husband. Gong Sunling saw that there was no way to dissuade her husband immediately, so she immediately thought of a way to beat around the bush and asked aloud. Indeed. Li Cheng nodded and replied, the more spirits that are enlightened, the more powerful the formation will be, and the more it will allow Yangqin to comprehend the way of heaven. Now there are more than 20 billion natives in the mountain river geographical map. Brother Li, do you think this number is enough? Gong Sunling was overjoyed and immediately asked in surprise, isn't it only a few billion? Not only Li Cheng, but even Yangqin was a little surprised. The number of natives collected before didn't seem to exceed 10 billion. How many years has it been? The joy on Gong Sunling's face was obvious. There have been no disasters in the mountain river geographical map these years. The land is vast and the population is sparse. After so many years, those natives have multiplied for several generations. This was an unexpected good thing. More than 10 billion more spirits out of thin air would naturally be of great help to Yang Chen's comprehension of the way of heaven. But, looking at Gong Sunling's surprise, Li Cheng really didn't want to say something that would ruin the scenery. But some words must be said in front of him, although the possibility of comprehending the heavenly law is greater. But relatively, the difficulty is higher. The possibility of Yang Chen getting lost in it is also higher. Gong Sunling didn't expect such a result, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Even though she was already an expert in the Earth Immortal realm, she couldn't help but act like a little girl when her husband was risking his life. Not only Gong Sunling, but the other women also turned pale. If it really was that dangerous, then there was no need for her husband to take such a risk for an illusory world that even the Dragon Clan had abandoned. However, no one dares to make decisions for Yangqin. Even Gao Yu can only suggest, using his master's identity. Even if he ordered him not to do it this time, it would inevitably leave a thorn in Yang Chen's heart. Everyone here was a cultivator, so they knew this very well. Once he flinched this time, he would have a reason and habit to flinch the next time. When this kind of flinching became the norm, it would also mean that Yang Chen's mental cultivation would no longer have any progress. Everything depended on Yang Chen's own ideas. Looking at everyone's worried eyes, but they didn't dare to dissuade him too much, Yang Chen turned to elder brother Li Cheng, looked at his expressionless face, closed his eyes, and began to weigh. In fact, Yang Chen didn't weigh it for a long time, because when he just closed his eyes, Yang Chen understood. To put it bluntly, it was his own confidence in himself. At this time, it was actually a lack of confidence in himself. However, Yang Chen couldn't think of any reason for his lack of confidence. Whether it was the Golden Body's secret art or the Three Purities' secret art, they were miracles that could seize the heaven and earth, not to mention that he was reborn after death. Since so many miracles have happened, what's the harm in one more? Elder brother Li Cheng seemed to have been emphasizing the risk of this move, but in fact he was not reminding himself that he should have something to worry about. Just now, he also said that once he couldn't remember who he was, he could only get lost in the mountain river geographical map and become one or two lost touring spirits. Why couldn't he remember who he was? Unless he entered a state of forgetfulness, why would he forget himself? Because there was no concern he would devote himself to it. Yang Chen asked himself that he had a lot of beautiful wives and beautiful maids. He couldn't give up any of them, so how could he be desperate? In this way, elder brother Li Cheng was not trying to hit his confidence at all, but telling him the means to deal with it. Thinking about it, elder brother Li Cheng could even recognize the Three Purities' secret art. How could he not know the power of the Three Purities' secret art? Opening his eyes, Yang Chen smiled and said a few words. "Let's do it!" After that, he looked at elder brother Li Cheng and bowed. "Thank you for your advice, elder brother." The women hadn't figured out what was going on, but Li Cheng smiled and nodded. There were many things that made him satisfied with Yang Chen, but the most worry-free thing was his understanding. Yang Chen could figure it out by himself. which saved Li Cheng a lot of trouble. Now, even if everyone couldn't figure it out, they were clear about one thing. Elder brother Li Cheng was not attacking Yangchen at all, but giving advice. Elder brother Li, is there a good chance that my husband will succeed now? Everyone relaxed, and Gao Yu immediately asked elder brother Li Cheng. On the contrary, Li Cheng smiled. It is because he understood that the power of the formation will be greater, and the danger of your husband will multiply. Don't worry. Yangchen walked to Gao Yu and gently embraced her. As long as you are here, no matter how dangerous it is, I can come out. As he spoke, Yangchen hugged his wives and concubines one by one. He did not even let go of Lady Fanghua and those maids. Finally, facing elder sister Aolan, Yangchen was no exception and gave her a big hug. Although it was a dragon body, Aolan did not refuse. When it was Aolai's turn, Yangchen did not continue. Instead, he gently punched him. Walking to elder brother Li Cheng again, Yangchen nodded seriously and said, Elder brother, I am ready. We can begin. Li Cheng also nodded and did not say anything. He only extended his hand and gestured for the women to move back, opening up a 300-meter area. Li Cheng extended his hand, and hundreds of formation flags appeared in his hand. They were densely packed on the ground, forming a huge taiji diagram of a yin-yang fish. Ah Ling, gather at least 200 heavenly immortal grade spirit veins here, Li Cheng instructed. Gong Sunling immediately transferred 400 heavenly immortal grade spirit veins over. After thinking about it, she was afraid that it was not enough, so she transferred another 100 over. Only then did she relax slightly. Under Li Cheng's indication, Yangchen walked to the center of the formation flags and sat down in a lotus position, quietly waiting for elder brother Li Cheng to activate the formation.